Well, good morning, everyone. It's a skimpy committee this morning, but since it's going to be live streamed and also recorded and all like that, hopefully everybody can hear what has to be said today. Today we're getting briefings from the Judicial Branch and Highway Patrol, KBI, then after lunch, the DCF, Unemployment, and Department of Labor. So we hope to learn a lot of good information today. The questions might be kind of skimpy too, but we will we'll do the best we can to get everybody going here. First up, we have Marissa Bayless, Special Counsel Chief Justice Marla Lukert, and welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for having me today. My name is Marissa Bayless. I'm the Special Counsel to Chief Justice Lukert. I also have with me Cheryl Simmel. She's our Director of Government Relations. We represent the Office of Special Counsel at the Judicial Branch, so in charge of all government relations across the state. I joined the branch in the fall of 2021 after serving as a research analyst, actually, for the KLRD. Over the past 4 years, the branch has definitely experienced significant operational changes, particularly in how our district courts perform their duties. Chief among those changes is the implementation of our centralized case management system, or what we kind of call CCMS, which has transformed our operations from the appellate level down. So today I'll provide a detailed overview of the CCMS, its role in our kind of broader judicial technology infrastructure. It standardizes business processes across the state and our courts, but its real value lies in kind of creating a unified statewide database that allows us to develop, integrate, and expand public-facing services and improve access to justice for Kansans. I just wanted to provide just a very high-level overview of the judicial branch in our budget currently. So this graph comes from our FY 2025 budget. The judicial branch represents approximately 1% of the total state budget. Prior to 2022, that portion was actually lower, but at the request of the judicial branch in 2022, the legislature accepted our request for a change in statute to allow us to be fully funded off of state general fund. Prior to 2022, about a quarter of our budget was reliant on fines and fees that came into the judicial branch. Kind of provided an unstable way to do our budgeting. We don't control how many tickets get written or fines get paid and things like that. So we were really requesting just to stabilize our budget. A very, I would guess, stark example of this was in 2020. We had a dip in case filings because of the pandemic, and because of that, the judicial branch experienced a $7 million shortfall in our current fiscal year. So we had to come in and ask for a supplemental request from the legislature to continue to fund the branch. And so that may be a very unique example, but doing budgeting month to month based on the fines and fees coming in was a struggle. And so we're very thankful to be on SGF fully and thinks it provides a good stable base for the rest of the state. When you look at our budget, almost 90% of our judicial branch budget is salaries and wages because our workforce is our main asset. They're the backbone. So we have over 2,000 employees across the state. So there are district court employees in every county across the state because we have a courthouse in every county. That also kind of was the reason why we asked to get off SGF, because any dip in case filings naturally would affect if we were going to be able to make payroll. And so we would have to do some creative things like hiring freezes, things like that to kind of balance our budget to make sure we were doing that and making payroll. 10.2% of our total budget is what keeps the Judicial Center across the street going. It's office supplies, software, computers, training, things like that, cybersecurity. So that is 10% of our total budget. Again, our workforce is definitely obviously our biggest expense. And then just a high-level overview of that workforce. So judges, we have 7 justices, 14 Court of Appeals judges, 269 district court and magistrate judges. The Office of Judicial Administration, or what is housed over in the Judicial Center, we have roughly 195 employees. So that's IT, cybersecurity, education team, HR, legal, our central payment center, and district court staff. About 20 to 30 of those are either partially or fully grant funded from federal government grants. And then district court employees obviously make up the majority of our workforce, including clerks, court administrators, court service officers, admin assistants, and court reporters. And so it's helpful to remind people we have this kind of unique relationship with the counties and the shared responsibility to fund our court system with the state and the county. So statutorily, the county is required to pay for the operations of the district court. So the county pays for the upkeep and maintenance of your courthouses in your community. They pay for the desks and the chairs and the computers and things like that. So the state is primarily responsible for the salaries of those employees and then primarily responsible for funding the operations of OJA. Definitely kind of a unique relationship, I would say, as we've kind of, supplemented counties with some cybersecurity protections, information technology, kind of forwarding to a different question earlier, but that's definitely a relationship that we foster, that we try to keep a very good working relationship, because if our district courts are being funded, properly, then they're going to be, ran well, and so we want them to be funded adequately. And then the next slide, this is just a caseload from FY 2024. So roughly about 334,000 cases were filed in Kansas in FY 24. These are just some common categories, including criminal, civil, and family matters. I'll come back to that middle number in a bit regarding seeking protection orders. We're going to kind of talk about one of the programs that we implemented for that, but over 15,200 protection orders in FY24. Notably, the biggest thing that's missing here is traffic. So that is our biggest caseload. In FY24, about 138,000 traffic related cases. I would just say I would acknowledge this is a caseload number and it's a number, but the work behind these numbers is not really shown here. So while there are 1,600 adoption cases or 4,500 child in need of care cases, that's not a lot necessarily compared to a traffic, but the time that it takes to process those cases is definitely a whole lot different. We are spending hours and hours on a child in need of care case versus potentially 5 minutes on a traffic filing, depending on the severity level of it. And then I have a chart right here too that just shows a number we have been tracking. So nationwide, there was a dip in case filings during the pandemic. So we experienced that like everybody else did. I will note that our case filing dip was probably not as dramatic as some other states who fully closed their courthouses. We did not do that. We did change some of the ways that we were doing things, and maybe it was more inconvenient. But during the pandemic, our courthouses did remain functioning. And so we're kind of trying to see if we're at a new baseline level right now. So you can see that dip in FY 2019 and then a further dip in 2020. I'll be curious to know what 25 looks like. So we'll kind of see where we're at. There are other factors that play into that. A lot of things were developed during COVID, like criminal mediation. That wasn't really a practice prior to COVID. So certain things may factor into the total caseload numbers. It's kind of yet to be determined if we bounce back up closer to that 400,000. And so this is a chart just to show kind of or a diagram of our current suite of technology programs. So kind of at the center of that is the case management system. That's our digital operations. As that came online and as we rolled that out, we were actually rolling out several other programs. So as a court came onto the case management system, Their probation officers came on to enterprise supervision. They also, clerk's office came on to the central payment center, and their records would then begin to appear on the Kansas District Court public access portal. So the rollout did a whole lot to change a court's operations in a couple of months, which is usually how long a rollout for a district court would take. eFlex, I will note, did exist prior to the rollout of the case management system in 2019. That is a way for attorneys to file cases online, but it is now integrated into the case management system. Finally, we do maintain integrations with third-party systems used by other state or local entities, so that does include the KHP's ticketing system. It includes some law enforcement, what they call civil process systems, KBI, Division of Vehicles. We are actively partnering right now with the Kansas Sentencing Commission. They are developing an application to kind of provide real-time data, and so that app will be integrated into our system to help them with that. So the rollout of Odyssey, or our case management system, began technically in 2014, but it actually probably, I should note, the conversations of moving to a case management system started prior to 2014. But the legislature created the Electronic Filing and Case Management Fund with initial deposits coming from fines and fees, or docket fees. And so that paid for the initial payments for our vendor. Between 2014 and 2019, the RFP process went out. Our kind of vision with that vendor, once we selected that vendor, came out. The rollout plan was developed. Stakeholder meetings were had. It was a big process before we got to 2019, and finally we're able to start the first district courts. So in August of 2019, the first two judicial districts, which was the 21st and the 8th judicial district covering 6 counties, that went live. We always like to shout those two out because they were definitely the guinea pigs of this, and they were willing to go first. And we learned a lot from those initial rollouts and what we could do better to support our district courts with that. In 2020, obviously with the pandemic happening, we had to shift some of our initial focus from the rollout to just making sure our courts could stay operational. But we still were able to roll out 17 counties, 6 judicial districts in 2020. The bulk of our counties came on between the years of 21 and 22. At the end of 22, 95% of trial courts were operating on the case management system. In 23, in April, we started the Big Five. So we had Wyandotte, Douglas, and Shawnee counties come on in April. In August of 23, Sedgwick County went live. In 2023, in October, we did experience our cybersecurity attack, which again kind of forced us to shift operations to more of a maintenance mode and to get us stabilized before we were able to continue the rollout. The appellate courts did come on in 24 of July, and then the final district court, Johnson County, went live November of 24, which wrapped up, which all counties, would be operational on the case management system. I do like to note what a rollout actually means. So we being OJA staff would probably come in a couple months before, even more months before for our larger counties, and start training staff. So we would schedule it, what works for them best to get them prepared. We would also hold stakeholder meetings with local law enforcement, county and district attorneys' offices to get them prepared for a rollout. Once the go-live date happened, we would then still stay embedded within a district court for a couple months afterwards to troubleshoot issues, to make sure that they felt they were prepared and ready to go without necessarily in-person OJA support. And so for some district courts, we were in there, for quite a long time, and that kind of necessitates how we had to spread out the rollouts of different courts, because we were at capacity with our IT staff when they were out of rollout. They were all focused on that one project, but just noting that it was a time-intensive project, but we're very excited to close that chapter on the rollout and kind of move forward. Some people always ask, what is a case management system? I mean, it's very simple, just a digital interface to monitor the life cycle of a case. So once it gets filed, it's in the system. It will go to a clerk for processing. Once the clerk processes it, it will go to a judge and to court staff. It will be worked on by a judge, and then final disposition. So it's just a way for us to transfer that information digitally. What it gives us, though, or why do we implement it? I think it's important to understand where we were before 2019. So we had a kind of 105 ways of doing things a bit. Some courts kind of just operated manually with whatever, Google Drives or something that you had. Others had a vendor. One of those popular ones was called Full Court, but it wasn't integrated necessarily between counties, even if you both were on Full Court. And then other counties would homegrown their own programs. So they were maintaining their own that they had created. The biggest one of those being GIMS in Johnson County. They created that in the 1990s. And so they had been using that operation system for their case management system. And so what putting all the courts on a single case management system does, it standardizes our data collection where everybody's inputting the same thing the same way, which was not happening before. And it allows us to hold the district courts accountable to different requirements by law. So an example of that is Senate Bill 204 that you passed this year. It requires the automatic sealing of criminal and record or case information for an adult criminal and a juvenile criminal case, as well as automatically sealing the case warrant until it's executed. And so in a pre-2019 time, we would educate, obviously, our judges that this is the new law. We would try to make sure that their system is doing that, but we didn't have control over their system, and we didn't have eyes and ears over there to make sure they were doing that. But now that we have the case management system, a bill like Senate Bill 204, we can ensure that the district courts are following that because we're coding the system to make sure that it does that automatically. So that's just an example of one of those things that we can make sure that everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing. The people who have access to those records have it, those who don't, do not, and gives us a sense of making sure that everyone's doing what they're supposed to. I will say that if you are a legislator, if you've ever talked to any of your district court employees, Odyssey is not necessarily popular, right? It wasn't popular when they're doing a rollout, and so a lot of them were frustrated, and we acknowledge that frustration, right? That's to be expected. We were asking some of our lifelong employees who have worked for the district court for 30 years to now change the way they're doing things, and arguably what they were doing before was not necessarily bad or wrong, but it was just a different way of doing things. And so there was a lot of frustration at the district court level, and so we acknowledge that. I mean, standardization always has that natural tension. The more you standardize something, right, the less maybe you're inclined to listen to new ideas or new way of doing things. But I would say that the branch tries to really embrace any concerns or questions that our district court employees have or that our judges have. We continue to operate an e-court committee, a Supreme Court committee that includes judges, that includes justices, district court staff. Anytime they have concerns about the system or want to change something, we want to know about it and hear it, because if there is a change that makes sense, we want to try to do that for the entire state. We continue to have bi-weekly clerk chats, so any clerk across the state can log in and explain a problem with something, question about something, and then we do the same thing with probation officers. So always recognizing that the system is not necessarily perfect, but also trying to understand that we may not make 105 counties perfectly happy, but we can try to get there as much as possible. And so that's kind of, once the post rollout has happened, is that continued work. It's never officially done. There are always changes that we can do. But one efficiency that has really worked for us is what we call work share. So since now all courts are operating on the same system, some clerks may be in more rural counties or counties that don't experience the same high level of caseload, like a Johnson County or a Sedgwick County. They can log in and at the request of Johnson or Sedgwick or someone else, can assist them with some case processing if they are feeling an influx of cases. We saw that dramatically. We're not expecting to necessarily use WorkShare for this. Once the cybersecurity incident happened, every court had to go on paper. And then for a couple months, we were on a paper filing system. Once they came back on, we had stacks and stacks of paper that we had to get back into the system. And Sedgwick County's was very large. It was rooms and rooms of paper that it was pretty intimidating to look at. WorkShare was able to happen, though, because we had clerks in other districts who had already completed their backlog of paper, who were able to get Sedgwick County into a much better place a lot quicker because they were able to process cases from other counties across the state. So we've just seen each year increased hours of WorkShare, of courts becoming more comfortable of letting that process kind of go out to different states or to different counties. Another area that this helps a lot is appellate court or appellate case record filing. So at the district court level is responsible, the clerk's office is responsible once a case gets appealed to the appellate court to compile that record. That record can be, depending on what the case is and the history of it, tens of thousands of pages. It can be body cam video, it can be audio, depositions, pictures, things like that. It's a time-intensive process to put that case record together. It's a time-intensive process, but we've now, certain district courts that have a lot more appeals than others have been able to utilize clerks from other different parts of the state to assist them with that appellate case filing, which has helped a lot too. And so it's just another way that WorkShare has really been a good asset and is useful from the case management system. eFlex, as I mentioned, that was a program that we had prior to the case management system, but once it went live in your county, all Kansas licensed attorneys must electronically file documents in all case types in all state courts. So we upgraded this program to integrate with the case management system. It got upgraded again post the cybersecurity incident with more security protections. One potential efficiency that we are looking at is how do we create something that's usable for what we call SRL, or self-represented litigants, so people who are representing themselves without an attorney. We don't have anything at the moment, so they have to file by paper and in person. We see an increasing amount of self-represented litigants nationwide, but in Kansas as well. It's usually one of the top 1 or 2 things that a judge will talk to me about is how many more pro se litigants that they are receiving in their courtroom. They just take more time. It takes a judge more time to explain the process to them because they're unfamiliar with it. One way that we could hopefully ease some of that confusion and concern is having a portal for them so that they could e-file, so that they could check their case, see if their filing was rejected, if so, what was the reason for, and just a simpler way for them to navigate the system than they are currently. So we are exploring options for that right now, and hopeful that we could get something up in the near future to help with that issue. So the Central Payment Center, this came online as a court came online to the case management system. So before 2019, all transactions for paying your fines and fees happened at the district court level and the clerk's office. Now that is consolidated into the Central Payment Center that works out of OJA here in Topeka. You can now pay online anywhere you're at. Before 2019, not every county allowed you to pay online. You either had to mail in a check or a money order or go in person to the court to pay your fine or fee. So this just allows for obviously greater financial controls is what we were wanting, and then streamlining those processes. But it's a pretty simple way for you to go pay online. This is what it looks like when you go there. You can just click and make a payment. You can look up your case number by its citation, your date of birth. If you have a driver's license, you can do it that way or by your name. So it just consolidates everything into the Central Payment Center. We're basically a conduit, right, to either depositing those fines and fees and that money into SGF. If it's a restitution payment, we are responsible for getting it to the victim who that restitution is due to. So kind of a simple thing, but no longer is cash being transferred at the district court level, and it just allows us to make sure that that money is being accounted for at a higher level. Enterprise supervision, again, the other program that we were onboarding people at the same time they were getting onboarded to the case management system. This is the interface that's specifically for what we call court service officers, or what you would think as probation officers. Before 2019, they didn't really have a system that was useful for them to do their work, but Enterprise is specifically designed for probation officers. So they're going to be using this for monitoring their clients, tracking progress, case planning, updating criminal history, and things like that. It's integrated into the case management system so the judge can see in real time updates for what the court service officer is doing. With all courts now using this, certain things that would take more time, if you're monitoring someone on probation in Johnson County and they picked up a charge in Douglas over the weekend, a court service officer can now see that a little bit more quicker than they did previously. And so that's a good thing for them to just be aware of what's happening with their client in between, required probation meetings and things like that. The marriage license portal, so we'll talk about the protection order portal and the marriage license portal, were two things that we used coronavirus relief funding during the pandemic to start up. We were intentional about these programs in that we did not necessarily want them just to be something used during the pandemic. We wanted it to be something that could be used beyond, that's a useful tool beyond their needs during that time. And so these are two portals that we created and have now pretty much become one of the standards for using it, particularly the marriage license portal. We developed that in partnership with the Information Network of Kansas and ks.gov. All digital signatures, exchanging information, and paying the fee can all be done remotely through that portal. It is very easy to use and it is very simple. Right here just begins the first page of it. It's just a notice that, this is only going to be valid if your ceremony is taking place inside the state of Kansas. But you just fill out where you want your county or the county you want to issue the license, and then all the necessary information for when the ceremony is going to take place, parties' legal names, maiden names, and things like that. So once you're done, you would pay the fee, and then you would get a notice for this portal where you can see whether or not it's been accepted by the district clerk. Once it's been accepted, it gives you all the information you need to know to get your officiant signature and how to submit that, because this is definitely one of those collaborations between us and Office of Vital Statistics, who holds the marriage license statistics within KDHE. And so very, very simple tool. But now most everybody, if you're going to get married in Kansas, you're going to use this portal. It's much easier to do this than to go to the district court. You can just do it from your phone or your computer or whatever. So definitely a really good thing, public-facing interface that we're happy to have developed. In 2020 and then 2021, we started the development of the Kansas Protection Order portal, or what we call KS-POP. It launched in 2020 and then was available in all counties in April of 21. Kansas was one of the first states to offer this tool. We have assisted other states in developing their own. We spoke at conferences about how we developed ours. So we're very proud to be one of the first initial states to develop something like this. I think it's a really good example of meeting people who have the specific needs. Sometimes it's very scary to go to the courthouse to go get a protection order if you are nervous about other people seeing you. If you are in a small community and it may seem very noticeable that you are going to the courthouse to file something, you may not want that attention. And so this allows an individual to go on their phone or go online and to fill out information if you are seeking a protection order. If you go to the website, I will note that it says if you need to leave quickly from the main page, you can click safely exit, and it actually takes you directly to Google to get you off that page if you are living potentially with your abuser. And that is a tool that we definitely worked with the Kansas Coalition Against Domestic Violence, who suggested we have something like that. So when you go here, you can click Get Started. There are several eligibility questions that it asks you. It will ask if you have any children living with you. It will ask you if you're seeking protection for just yourself, or if you're seeking protection for your children, or both. And then once you answer the eligibility questions, you will get to where you will input the actual personal information and continue the filing. So you can do that all online, and it will file that initial protection order. We also wanted to make the site useful for people if they did not know what to do next. So if you click the What to Know, and you scroll down, there are things that explain a protection order flowchart, so what the life will look like for this case, or what you should expect. We developed a what happens at your protection hearing video with real Kansas judges to explain what you should be expecting when you go to your first hearing, what could be the questions asked of you or the questions asked of the person you're filing against. And then the resources that we have are for in person if you are needing certain, if you're feeling unsafe and can find a local shelter or something in your community. We have really good statistics about the protection order portal. So we had over 15,200 protection order filings in FY24. In that same time period, we had 8,700 of those petitions were filed using the portal. So about 57% are being filed online. Of those petitions, 2,300 were protections sought for children, and 41 of the submissions were occurring outside of 8 to 5. So a lot of people are using this outside of regular court hours and using it potentially at a time where they feel safer or just more accessible to the internet. And so we have good numbers that we can track that the usage of this since we implemented it has continued to increase every year, and we just expect that to continue going forward. So the Kansas District Court Public Access Portal. So as districts come online or came online with the court or with Odyssey, their case records would become available through the public access portal. So this is a tool that's used by the public, it's used by the media, and it's used by industries like title insurance companies too as well. So this was not available before 2019. You cannot necessarily search statewide court records online. You can do that now. Access to those records and what you can actually see is dictated by statute, and it's dictated by Supreme Court Rule 22. So if you go to Supreme Court Rule 22, you're going to see a lot of references to statute where the legislature has told us this is a confidential case. So you're not going to see that type of case, child in need of care cases being an obvious one on the portal. So some case types itself are confidential and will not pop up. But for an example, while the case type may not be confidential, the record itself or document itself is. So you would see what we call a record of action. So you could see that the case exists, but you're not going to be able to pull up the actual document because that document itself is confidential. So I think some of the issues that we do get into with the portal is just making sure the public is aware of what is and isn't available. When you click or you get to the portal through our website, we have all the rules set out there to try to make sure you know what you can see and what you cannot see through this portal. Law enforcement and attorneys have elevated access, so they will see more based on what permissions the legislature has given them and what Rule 22 says as well. So I will give you kind of a run through of this. So anybody, you yourself, can have an account if you would like to get on the public portal. And it does ask you to confirm that you're human. So you would sign in like that and hit Smart Search. And I will use myself as tribute so you can see what pops up when you search somebody. So you can see, like many kids who grew up in Sedgwick County, I did get a traffic ticket my high school senior year on Kellogg. So that is in 2010. I did get a traffic ticket. So the record of action of that ticket is available. And you can see that this is the information that you get and the transaction involved in that I paid my ticket. So that is just an example of a traffic case that does pop up on the public portal. My marriage license is a good example of the case itself is not confidential, but you cannot pull up my actual marriage license. So if you clicked this, you could see that there was a record of action in which I requested a marriage license. But you will see that the marriage license is filed with the court and it is confidential. So you can't actually bring up my marriage license. So there are several things like that that are public. We've worked a lot with different industries. If a record of action, specifically with the title companies, some of them do not have attorneys. They had a very unique situation. A lot of attorneys work for a title industry, and so they naturally had elevated access, but not all title companies had attorneys working for them. So there was this weird, I guess, advantage of hiring an attorney. And so those that didn't have an attorney just asked us if they could put the record of action. They didn't need the actual document of a guardianship, but they just needed to know that it existed. And so we were able to work with them to be able to do that because statute did not prevent us from doing that. And it seemed reasonable for that to be on there and to help that significantly would help them do the work that they are doing. So this has definitely become our most public-facing resource. It's definitely something that when we did go offline for the cybersecurity attack was the most talked about thing of when are you getting the public portal back on. So we know people are using it. They're using it a lot. It is something that is nearing end of life probably of the upgrades that can be done to it. So we are definitely looking at upgrading it for usability. The interface itself is probably a little clunky. The search functionality can use some upgrades. So we want to make it better. So we are looking at upgrading that. Potentially, it's not a super cost prohibitive thing to do because we have the baseline ready to go. So. And then I just wanted to talk briefly about some of our recent initiatives that we have done in the past month or two. So the Kansas civil filings page, this provides access to new civil case filings before reviewed and accepted by the court clerk unless they are designated to be sealed. After the clerk confirms a filing following applicable rules, it's accepted and becomes a court record. So in recent years, certain media organizations had been suing judicial or courts and states arguing that they weren't abiding by open records laws because in a world before electronic filing, a clerk would get a civil case filing, they would make a copy, and it would go into this basket at the front, and anybody could look at it. So they were arguing between that time a clerk receives it and the time the clerk approves it, that is still a public record, but there really was no access to it. And so they were winning in a lot of these lawsuits. And so we looked at that and said, if we could prevent that from getting sued on that, maybe we can do something very easy. And so we developed the civil filings page. And so this went live in March or April of this year. And so if you go to our website, the first thing you will see is an acknowledgement that this may not be a official court record yet. We have what we call the 8-hour rule in Kansas. A clerk has 8 business hours to approve or reject a civil case filing. And so it just acknowledges that that takes place. It acknowledges that if it's been requested to be sealed, it will not be up here. And then if you hit accept, you can see that there are cases live coming up on this of new civil filings. A newly filed case means this is truly a newly filed case. If it has a case name, like that first one already has one, usually that means it's like a subsequent motion or something else in that case is happening. It will have the creation date, the case category. So all of these are just civil cases, not criminal. And then the status of approved or awaiting approval. And so if you clicked on one to download, it would give you a folder and it would give you the petition for that case. And so potentially this has yet been approved, but you can see that that was just filed June 9th at 10 p.m. last night, and that has would most likely now appear, or if it might be awaiting approval to be a court record. So once it becomes a court record, it will be available on the portal. This webpage will keep them up for roughly 3 days because by then it should have been rejected or accepted. But this is kind of a way for us to just be more accessible to the public, be more open, ensure we're making those case filings open and following those laws. And then lastly, our other initiative that we did was the Kansas Statewide Self-Help Center. This went up about 2 weeks ago. It's designed to help individuals who are not represented by an attorney in civil cases, again, trying to assist that increase in self-represented litigants. A lot of our district courts have physical self-help centers that the county has really helped them staff and things like that. So sometimes it can be just as basic as a computer with a subscription to Westlaw for the public to come in and use. Some of our larger counties have a little bit more established and robust self-help centers, but the online portal that the judicial branch is operating will hopefully supplement that, and it allows people to search things. It's almost like a clearinghouse is kind of what I would picture it as. If you go to our website, you can look by what you need help with. So there are some options here if you are looking for something specific, or we kind of organize it by topic. So if you know that you need some guidance or resources on child support, this would be able to take you to different places. Court forms is probably the most accessed of these tabs. We have some forms, but the Kansas Judicial Council is really the entity that creates the most court forms, but it's not necessarily the most known entity for the public. Not many people actually know what Judicial Council does, but they provide a whole lot of forms for both attorneys and self-represented litigants. So just being able to kind of usher people to the places that they need to be is what this kind of site is intended to do. We'll be continuously updating it based on what people are asking us to put on there. We do have other things that I think are really cool, kind of court basics and what to expect. So again, helpful for those self-represented litigants to understand certain things of how to request a form, service a process. So we have videos linked here to explain some of those basic things that you may just not know. But we're very excited to have put this up here, and it will hopefully be a really useful tool for the public. And then lastly, just some ongoing and future projects. I mentioned self-represented litigant e-filing. We were also exploring vendors for a jury management and a digital evidence program. So right now, most courts are operating their own vendor for a jury management, and it's not the same vendor. So if you go between different counties, there are different jury management portals. We're looking at potentially rolling one out to all counties so that they could use the same management system. We do collect a lot of personal information. If you've ever had to fill out a jury summons before, a questionnaire, we want to make sure that that is being kept safe. And so being able to do that maybe at a higher level, we can use our resources a little bit better to ensure that everybody is doing the right cybersecurity protections for that. Digital evidence kind of just, it means a little bit what, as it says right there. So it'd just be an interface for attorneys specifically to submit evidence for trial in one uniform way across the state. And so we're actually testing that out in a couple courtrooms across the state to see if judges like it. If they don't like it, is it usable, things like that. So we're exploring that. Speech to text. So one of our hardest positions to hire for is court reporters. It is just kind of a dying art, I would say more. It takes a lot of unique skill for people who want to do that. At one point, we had around close to 200 court reporters, but that was a very long time ago. Right now, we're looking at about 80, and they are stretched very thin across the state. And so we don't know if we're ever going to get up to that we're probably never going to get up to that 200 number again. So as much as we would prefer all courts to have a live court reporter, we have to supplement that somehow because we are required to have a court record for a case. So speech to text is a pilot program that's being operated right now in a few counties, but we are thinking that we are going to expand it based on the feedback that we are getting right now from our courts. So it is using AI technology, it's using other technology to capture the court record. It's one thing to capture it, but we're trying to make sure that it's accurate is the biggest hurdle that we sometimes find ourselves with these different programs because we can capture a lot of stuff, but it may not be readable or it may not be exactly what they actually said. So some trial and error in there, but we're looking forward to that. We are going to have to eventually update to the next version of the case management system. It's kind of like any other operating system you have. At some point, you do upgrade it. So we're looking at when that would be. And then hearing e-reminders, I think, is a very low-hanging fruit thing that we could do. This would be a program, an opt-in program. So if you would want to get these updates, you could. That would just send text messages to your phone to remind you of when your hearing is, what room it's in, what judge it's before, things like that. and would be kind of a simple way just to make sure we're having that interaction with individuals before they head to court. So before I go to the questions that were asked, I wanted to pause. I know I just gave you guys a ton of information, so any questions that you had kind of on the stuff that I already talked about?
Questions? Very, very thorough. I appreciate it. Yeah, a lot of going on. One thing that came to mind is I assume that since the fees and fines and everything like that, that go to the general fund now then?
Yes.
That was my assumption, but.
Yes, yeah. So there are a couple of funds or fees, I will say, that stay in-house, but those would be like attorney registration fees. They kind of just circulate within that to operate that. But anything regarding case fines and fees, case filing, docket fees, those all now get deposited into state general fund. Yeah.
Let's see. The work share, how does that work?
Yeah. So it's kind of a unique thing, and it was something we kind of had to convince more court administrators to be a little bit more willing to give up that work, right? I mean, you kind of get a little protective of the work you do in your county, and we get that. And so it was trying to show them like, hey, like you guys maybe all of a sudden this week you have 7 jury trials that actually went to jury trial in Sedgwick County this week. It's going to make case processing a whole lot harder, and just your time's going to be crunched. This may be a good opportunity to have some of our other clerks who are willing to do work share. So we talk to a lot of our clerks to say, you don't have to do this necessarily, but do you have time in your day? Do you think you could do a couple of hours for Sedgwick County? And I think it's just it was something that started slow that we kind of had convinced people to be, this could be really helpful for you, especially in high traffic times. And so it's slowly caught on for some of our bigger districts to be willing to do that. But we had a lot of, some of our rural clerks definitely willing and happy to help, but it was kind of bringing the larger counties more into it. I think at the end of the day, it just helps us use our workforce as most efficiently as possible, because that necessity Sedgwick County may arguably say, well, we need another FTE, we need another clerk in here. And it's like, well, what is the work that clerk needs to be doing? Is that something that WorkShare could sub in for? So we don't actually need to hire a new FTE. We can kind of combine a couple of others who are able to do that work. So it was a learning experience, I think, for people at first to be willing to see the benefit of it. But now it's becoming a lot more regular within our day-to-day.
Because you're paying everybody.
Yeah.
Some of them are overloaded, and some of them are maybe.
Right. It just kind of depends on what's happening in that courthouse right that day. Certain things, we're required to have a courthouse there. We're required to be responsive to whatever crime that happens, that day. That may be that one day that county is just completely overloaded. But, we know that we have that just high level of traffic that's coming into Sedgwick and Shawnee and Johnson. And so if we can navigate that a little bit, we can use this program really effectively. Okay.
Another one that popped up on probation officers, and I like the integration with throughout the counties where you kind of keep track, but what about across state line? Is there anything?
So that is something that we'll just have to always manually check. It's not super, from what I know from our probation officers, it takes time, but it's not necessarily a really cumbersome process necessarily. At the federal level for federal crimes. Now, going to other states sometimes can be, depending on what that state uses, can sometimes be a little bit harder to do, but they know the problem states, I guess I should call them, of those that are maybe not have the most user-friendly way to check criminal history and things like that, so.
Well, and when you're working on a border.
Yeah.
With Missouri.
Yeah, they have a whole lot more, time that's spent, particularly in our border counties that do that, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm just curious about that. I don't think anything else. When you talk about the speech to text, I know we all have done the speech to text, like, and you look at your wait a second.
Right.
I didn't say that, so.
Yeah,
that's probably going to come.
We would never say that anything can be better than a live court reporter. I just don't think you're going to ever be able to replace that. It's not a profession necessarily that We don't have any schools anymore really in Kansas that do it. We used to, but we don't anymore. And I will say that the private sector industry to do depositions and things like that, we've seen a lot of our court reporters move to that side because it's a little bit more flexible. They can pick and kind of work contract almost basically for private law firms and things like that. So there's that competition in there. Yeah. So we did get 3 questions, and that's in my written testimony, and I can go over those very briefly. But the first question was, how and what is the judicial branch doing currently to cooperate with other state and local agencies? So I kind of already touched on this several times during my previous presentation. One thing I would note, though, is that our chief judges hold a whole lot of responsibility because they are statutorily required to negotiate their county budget for their courthouse. And some of our judges, I'll say they get the privilege of negotiating with 6 different county commissions, right? Because their district is so large. And so they have to negotiate a budget for 6 counties. And so that can be very time consuming. It can definitely be a duty that they may not be expecting when they become a chief judge, but it's a really important duty that they are required to do. So that's just kind of one avenue, budget-wise, that we interact with local government. In the past couple years, though, we've really tried to bring a lot of people together and really recognize that we can be a good host and be the good venue for a lot of local people and local leaders and professions to come together. And so we've done that in 2 ways. The Mental Health Summit, the first Mental Health Summit, was in 2022. So that was a 3-branch collaborative summit that focused on mental and behavioral health. We held that in Topeka, and it was also available virtually. So we had close to like 800 participants, both virtually and in person. And so one of the goals of that was not just to be a conference where you just, consumed information. We really wanted that communication and collaboration to continue post-conference. And so we asked all 31 of our judicial district chief judges to create a team that they would want to send to that summit. And it needed to be more than just district court employees. The mental health professionals in your area, your counselors, substance use treatment providers, have a team there. We blocked out time within that conference for them to collaborate, to talk about things that they're seeing in their community, because communication's half the battle, it seems like, and just getting everybody on the same page, making sure everybody knew who you could talk to. So we held that in 2022. We're holding our 2nd Mental Health Summit this year on August 26th and 27th, and we're going to be at Fort Hays State University. Fort Hays has done an excellent job at hosting us and providing us a lot of things. So we're very excited to have this 2nd Mental Health Summit. What came out of the first one was what we call the multi-branch communities of practice, a statewide group that has legislators on it, that has executive branch staff, that has judicial branch staff. And they've really been the catalyst for creating the 2nd Mental Health Summit and to just keep continuing to work better with each other. And excited to go out to Fort Hays and go more outside of Topeka and Kansas City. And then the other summit that we did in April 2024 was led by Justice Melissa Standridge. We hosted the first ever Child Welfare Summit. So in the same vein that we hosted the Mental Health Summit, we asked judicial districts to send their teams, but we're talking specifically about the child welfare system. It was an excellent summit. We had really good attendance. Again, we held it hybrid, so a lot of people could log online from across the state and watch our presentations. But we've had a lot of good conversations and a lot of groups come out of that. One being Child Welfare Reimagined. This was an idea actually developed by House Majority Leader Chris Croft, using some of our legislative members, some of our executive branch staff, and some of our justices to talk about things in the child welfare system and to suggest change. And they actually got some technical support from Casey Family Programs, which is a nationwide group that helps in this area. But I would say probably our biggest collaboration at the local level is our specialty courts. Those are problem-solving courts or alternative courts. Not everyone is going to be eligible for a specialty court based on their criminal history. So you have to be selected to be in there or eligible and meet the qualifications. But specialty courts are just an excellent way to try and break that cycle of returning to the criminal justice system. They're very personal, with the judges really getting to know the participants that are in the specialty court. So we have drug courts, veteran treatment courts, behavioral health courts, and youth courts across the state. Drug courts being the longest running specialty courts that we've had. I believe Cali County is the one who has the longest. They've been operating since 2008. And just a way to get people to break that cycle, because a lot of the people that are in specialty courts, a lot of times their criminal behavior is due to trying to satisfy a different need. A lot of times that may be a drug issue or a behavioral health issue. And so specialty courts incorporates teams, our probation officers, community corrections, mental health providers. They are at every single specialty court meeting with the participants, updating the judge on their progress, outlining new requirements, and then hopefully getting them to the point where we call graduation, and that they've been clean and following their plans for a significant amount of time. One of our newest pilot models is a family treatment court. So we have been collaborating with the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services on a pilot program for family treatment courts. It is not a new model to specialty courts in general, but it's the first model in Kansas. And so we began operating September of 24 in Miami, Lyon, and Cali counties. So we're very excited for those to kind of reach their 1-year mark and to see the progress that we've made with those participants. But family treatment courts are specifically designed for families that find themselves in the child welfare system, but primarily due to a parent's substance use disorder. So we kind of combine the lessons learned from adult drug court and with the processes with traditional child protection models and to try to reunify that family and have them successful. I will note, too, that a couple years ago, the legislature created this Specialty Court Funding Advisory Fund, and we have a committee that operates that. This past budget year, you appropriated $1.5 million to that fund, and we're very excited because that's really the first time the state has contributed dedicated money to specialty courts. Right now, specialty courts really is a county grant operation. I'm very excited with that. That committee is made up of legislators. It's made up of judges, community partners, prosecutors, defense attorneys, and so they'll make recommendations to our judicial administrator on how to allocate those resources. For further cooperation between ourselves and other state and local agencies, I will just note that we have over 20 boards and committees at the Supreme Court that kind of cover a whole swath of things. We have a new AI committee, we have a cybersecurity committee, and all of those things incorporate membership from other branches of government and specifically local leaders like law enforcement and prosecutors and attorneys. So we do that on a regular basis, but probably the biggest example of that we've done recently was the Rural Justice Initiative. That was a 30-member plus committee, and it was looking at what we would call illegal deserts that are happening in Kansas. So we first started gathering a lot of data. That committee started in 23 and released a report in December of 2024. We know from that report that we have right now at least 2 counties that do not have a single attorney living in their county. We also know that one of the biggest numbers was removing those attorneys who are over the age of 60 and then looking at the state map, and it gets worse very significantly. So we have an aging population of attorneys who really want to retire, but they feel obligated for the community to not retire because they don't have anyone taking up that book of business once they are gone. And so we're kind of in this precarious situation. And so this is solutions that are not just the court system can do, but kind of collectively as a state looking at solutions to that. We did introduce a bill last year in both the House and the Senate looking at loan forgiveness programs, and we were able to get hearings in both of those chambers. So looking forward to continue that conversation. Those programs were based on both the doctor program that's currently operating in Kansas, loan forgiveness program, and then the vet program that's currently operating in Kansas. And so our bill was based on kind of combining those two together to look at attorneys. I will say, though, that the you know, it was a good committee for the profession itself to look a little bit inwards and to see what barriers we naturally create for ourselves in our own profession. And so how do we break out of that? How do we encourage people to consider coming back to their rural community and assisting in that area? So that's definitely one that we can see further cooperation both at the local level to state level. And then lastly, the question of what agency, state, or federal barriers exist, if any, that would impact the judicial branch. So we talked so much about all of our technology that we're putting on, and so that naturally creates us being more reliant on certain entities like OITS. And so it's always just making sure we have that conversation with them, we have good communication with them on about our needs, because we're required to use them in several areas. They are our internet service provider. We base our servers now for the case management system in the Judicial Center. So if we go down, the entire state operating system goes down. So it's just really important for them to understand our needs and to keep us a priority. I think an area which to explore the legislature could is we're required to use telecommunications through OITS. As you guys know, telecommunications has changed a lot in the past 20 years. Right now, you know, we pay for desk phones and we pay for the line to OITS for that. We are kind of realizing that I don't think everybody in the Judicial Center needs a traditional desk phone anymore, because that's not the way we necessarily operate. We were looking at doing Teams phones, so it's actually integrated into our Microsoft Teams suite, and it doesn't need a traditional phone line. But we're required to use OITS for telecommunications, so it's simple savings potentially we could have, but we still have to pay the fee for the line. So it's kind of this awkward position to be in, and we don't really have a direction necessarily of what we can and cannot do. So it's just questions like that as technology has, you know, changed so much, just making sure the state can try and keep up with that when we talk about services and we talk about things that the state provides, like internet and phones to other agencies and to other branches of government. So that's just one example, but we have gotten a lot of questions with recent cuts in federal grants if we have been affected at all. As to date, directly, we have not experienced a cut in funding at the federal level. We'll obviously monitor that. I think more so we're just monitoring some of our partners that do work in specialty courts, like CMHCs, things like that, to make sure that, you know, if they got cut, does that affect what they're providing for our specialty courts? But as of right now, nothing directly has affected the judicial branch, but just monitoring that as we move forward. So that was all I had with those 3 questions.
Very good. Questions? Comments? Good. Senator Smith? Oh, you think you're good. Okay. So you said, yes, I've got one. Oh, that's covered it very well. I don't think I have anything. I did have one other question from before, and it sort of you talked about it in relation to the people doing pro se. Is that because of the legal desert, so to speak? Because it's maybe a combination of probably price, cost, and then also just availability. Yes,
I think that's both the case for that. I think there's, you know, naturally people are pro se, right? Like traffic cases, you normally don't need an attorney. Small claims forces you not to have an attorney. But what we're seeing more now is higher level cases, meaning like SINK, family law, divorce proceedings, for a lot of people being unrepresented. And that's probably either because the cost is cost prohibitive or there's just not access. What we heard a lot from our rural practicing attorneys is that we did a survey of them, just how much they turn away business every week was pretty astounding. And it was just, I can't take more. The need is there, but I don't have the time to do that case properly. So, yeah.
Anything else, committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
You did a very nice job. Thank you. Next up is Highway Patrol. I don't have a name. So who's the next contestant?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We have some individuals, Colonel Smith and Burl Reederl, our Chief of Staff, will be on their way shortly to present if the committee doesn't mind holding for a moment.
Yeah, we can stand down for a little bit. That's fine.
Appreciate it, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We had a couple people step out, so we'll hang on for a second and see if they step back in soon. Take your time. Okay, I think it's about time for us to get rolling again here to get back on schedule. Appreciate everybody's cooperation with taking a little bit of a break. Colonel Smith, are you doing the presentation? No. All righty. Welcome to committee.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I am Colonel Eric Smith, the Superintendent of the Kansas Highway Patrol. This morning, I'm joined by Lieutenant Colonel John Lenher, the Assistant Superintendent, also Deputy Secretary Sherry Mackey. She's the Chief of our Business Operations Bureau. And they're also joined by Merle Riedel, my Chief of Staff, our Legislative Liaison, Roy Wise, and one of our communications supervisors, Lieutenant Kenny Woods. I want to thank the committee for the opportunity to discuss KHP's cooperation and interagency collaboration with the interagency with other partners throughout the state and other agencies at the city or county level. Next slide, please. Just real quick overview before I get into the presentation, the agenda this morning. I want to discuss our posture with current interagency cooperation, some of the barriers briefly I want to mention to interagency cooperation, and also highlight some of the agency efficiencies that we've been able to realize over the last couple of years. To begin, just a quick history of the Kansas Highway Patrol. We were created in 1937 with the principal function of enforcing traffic and other laws related to highway, vehicles, and drivers. Primarily, our mission is to enforce state laws related to traffic on the highway. That includes motor carriers, specifically to reduce the usage of oversized, overweight, or unsafe vehicles on the highway. We also, in addition to typical patrol duties, inspect vehicle identification numbers on all vehicles that are titled for the first time in the state of Kansas. This is very important to reduce auto theft and also to recover stolen vehicles that are stolen outside the state of Kansas and attempted to be retitled in the state of Kansas. The Highway Patrol also provides law enforcement and security for the Capitol complex, and that's not just this building, that's all of the buildings that are defined within the Capitol area complex, the state office buildings here in downtown Topeka. And the Highway Patrol also has a responsibility to administer federal Homeland Security grants as a pass-through to state, local, and tribal entities. Just real quick to touch on the current interagency cooperation, one thing that I want to highlight for the committee that's really important before I get into the details is that all of the 7 bureaus within the Highway Patrol, 6 of the 7 are designed to be outwardly focused, to be public-facing. There's only 1 bureau within the Highway Patrol that is responsible for the Highway Patrol only, and that's the Business Operations Bureau. That's where our human resources, our IT, our fiscal, our fleet, and our facilities staff, their mission, their primary mission is to take care of the Highway Patrol. The other 6 bureaus that make up the Highway Patrol are specifically intended to provide services to the public, to other agencies in the state, to other agencies at the federal level, and certainly to city police departments and county sheriff's departments. So with that, I want to dive into some of the nuance within those bureaus and talk about the services that those bureaus do provide to other agencies. First of all, within our investigative operations troop, we have a unit called the CHART team, the Critical Highway Accident Reconstruction Team. CHART assists not only KHP troopers, but law enforcement around the state with crash investigations. They do forensic mapping, they do drone imaging, airbag controlled downloads. In 2024, we assisted 18 other law enforcement agencies besides the Highway Patrol with investigating serious injury or fatality crashes, particularly those that involve commercial motor vehicles. Within our Special Operations Troop, there are a variety of services that we provide to other agencies, starting with our Hazardous Device Unit. This unit within the Special Operations Troop uses specially trained troopers and K-9 units to respond to bomb threats and to conduct preventative sweeps Just last year, we conducted preventative sweeps with that team across 893. We did 893 sweeps across 68 different venues last calendar year. One of the most visible to the folks in this room was probably at the State of the State address in January. Our hazardous device team did a complete security sweep of this facility. The patrol service dog is another unit within the canine umbrella that's used for searching for evidence, for drugs, for suspects, for missing persons, on manhunts. These handlers also train a variety of other agencies across the state in canine operations, train their canines and their canine handlers. Last year, our patrol service dog unit assisted 56 different agencies with deployments and 25 agencies specifically to train them and the handlers and their dogs. Also within special operations is our special response team. This is a SWAT-style unit that responds to barricaded subjects, to hostage rescue, manhunts, high-risk warrant service, sniper support, crisis negotiation, and support when requested for our armored vehicles. In 2024, our SRT team deployed 66 times, mostly to other agencies across the state. And then finally, within special operations is our air support unit. This committee is well aware of the investments that the legislature has made in our aircraft over the last several years. And the air support unit provides law enforcement aircraft services. We're the only agency in the state that has law enforcement aircraft mission equipped for manhunts, for routine patrols, for vehicle pursuits, searching for missing people. Also blood and tissue delivery. That's a law enforcement mission where we do emergency blood runs and emergency organ runs to save critical time in emergency medical situations. Just last year, we provided 660 call-out responses to other agencies. Next slide, please. Moving on to also within our Special Operations Bureau is Troop J, the Kansas Highway Patrol Training Academy. Our training academy offers many classes, not just to train highway patrol recruits, but also to train state and local police officers in a variety of advanced topics, whether it's advanced crash investigation, advanced criminal interdiction, and high-level executive leadership training. Moving over to our Technical Services Bureau, Troop I has recently been realigned, and it's been repurposed as our traffic safety troop. It focuses primarily on commercial motor vehicle safety, and then also passenger vehicle safety. On the commercial motor vehicle side, we have a significant amount of interagency cooperation with KDOT and with the Kansas Corporation Commission. It involves the inspection of commercial motor vehicles to enforce state and federal weight requirements. The idea is to reduce fatalities and also to reduce the degradation of state infrastructure on the highways. Our passenger vehicle safety unit significantly interacts with the Kansas Department of Transportation, managing fatality reduction grants. These enforcements are often done in conjunction with other law enforcement agencies. DUI check lanes, for example, are one of the events that we do with other agencies for traffic safety, and also managing the grants that are passed on to to city police officers, city police departments, and county sheriffs for a variety of enforcement purposes, seatbelt enforcements, speed enforcements, construction zone enforcements, things of that nature. Our motor vehicle enforcement unit, we often refer to them as the VIN inspection unit. They, in conjunction with 156 designee agencies around the state. These are agencies where the Highway Patrol has trained and then delegated their authority to conduct a VIN inspection to agencies around the state, again, to mitigate the exchange of stolen vehicles and to correct titling errors. Troop M is our statewide communications. I want to point out that this is the unit that the legislature appropriated funding for in the last session to build a new statewide communications center to replace our crumbling and dated one in Salina. The Highway Patrol is FBI's designated criminal justice information systems agency for the state of Kansas. Our communications unit not only dispatches for troopers statewide, but they also manage the criminal justice information system. That's the FBI network. We manage agency access to and the security of that system, while our partners at the KBI actually manage the network and the infrastructure itself. Next, the Mobile Field Force. This is a specially trained unit of troopers across the state that respond to incidents of civil unrest. I would note that before I came in here this morning, I was informed that some of the protests that you're seeing around the country are being planned for the Johnson County area here in Kansas, beginning today. So the Mobile Field Force is the unit of the Kansas Highway Patrol that is prepared to assist any other agency or to be utilized here on state property in times of civil unrest. These often involve interagency cooperation, whether it's with the Topeka PD or the Shawnee County Sheriff, or perhaps even later this week with agencies in the Kansas City Metro. That is what the Mobile Field Force is for, is to provide service in those instances. Some other examples of interagency cooperation, not just forward-facing and at the patrol level or at the operations level, but our executive command staff is heavily involved in building relationships and maintaining relationships with our partners around the state. Our executive command staff is heavily engaged, for example, in the Wichita Crime Commission, in the Sedgwick County, and also the Kansas City Metropolitan Chiefs of Police and Sheriffs Associations. The Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, the Kansas Sheriff's Association, and the Kansas Peace Officers Association are all avenues that we use to publicize and offer our services to our partners around the state. Some examples of things internally that we do to maximize efficiencies. In the spirit of interagency cooperation, you could find in some of the recent capital improvement projects that we've undertaken. For example, we've had conversations with the governor's office and with this legislature about the future of our campus and our footprint in Salina, and the need to establish, the need to rebuild or reconstruct our training academy in Salina. And so one of the areas that touches on interagency cooperation and maximizing efficiencies is a partnership that we've initiated and established with Kansas State University, Salina, to discuss the possibility of asset sharing on their campus. There are a lot of things that the Kansas State University does that our training academy does, and that's to, first of all, identify young, serious students, house them, train them, feed them, provide classroom space. Those are things that K-State does in Salina. Those are the things that the Highway Patrol Academy does in Salina, and we see an opportunity in the future to maximize efficiencies in that overlapping space. The Kansas Department of Transportation is a partner to us in the new dispatch center that we're building in Salina. They have made state-owned property on their facility near I-135 and Waterwell Road available to the Highway Patrol at no cost to build that future dispatch center in Salina. The City of Hays is another partner that we've recently engaged with to construct and lease a aircraft hangar for one of our airplanes based in Hays. And then, as we talk about aircraft, the legislature in the last session appropriated funds for a new hangar at the Jabara Airport in Wichita, and we're looking to increase partnership and maximize efficiencies in a discussion with the Sedgwick County Sheriff's Office and the Sedgwick County Commission. We have an interagency partnership with the Kansas Intelligence Fusion Center. This is a statutorily created entity with the National Guard and with the Attorney General's Office and the KBI. The Highway Patrol participates in that as well. Again, I talked about earlier managing the Homeland Security grants and emergency operations. None of that we do in a bubble, and none of that we do alone. We also provide support at the national level for events such as the recent inauguration in Washington, D.C., a variety of nationwide disaster response missions, and we're planning our role in the upcoming 2026 World Cup. I want to briefly touch on just a couple of the barriers that we encounter at times as we seek to maximize interagency cooperation and efficiencies. Probably the most important, and one that you'll be hearing about in upcoming sessions, is radio communications. There was recently a federal mandate to encrypt certain radio traffic, and that doesn't just apply to the Kansas Highway Patrol. That applies to every law enforcement agency that accesses and transmits criminal history and personally identifiable information over the radio airwaves. That mandate to encrypt creates interagency interoperability issues. When we change a radio system, when we add encryption keys to our radio system, that leaves somebody else behind. They have to purchase radio encryption. Sometimes it's just a key, a software key. Sometimes it's an entire piece of hardware. Those things cost money. Those things are not always funded. And so every time there's a change to encryption, there's a barrier to interoperability communication. One thing just on a broader level is funding. When the Highway Patrol comes to the legislature and asks for resources, the thing that I want to emphasize is that we rarely ask for resources simply to benefit ourselves. We're asking for resources because the resources that we are able to obtain from the legislature, they are available to other agencies. It's interesting to note that nearly 60% of the law enforcement agencies in the state of Kansas have 10 sworn officers or less. And in a dynamic like that, it's very difficult for an agency to fund the high technical training, skills, and abilities and equipment required to conduct any of these missions that I've stood up here and described for you this morning. So when the Highway Patrol, for example, funds, trains, and deploys a special operations team, again, not for the Highway Patrol exclusively, it's for the benefit of every police department, every sheriff's department, and every citizen in the state of Kansas. And then finally, there are policy issues that are a barrier to our success in interagency cooperation. We've talked about excessive speed for the last 4 sessions. And excessive speed is a policy issue that doesn't just affect the Kansas Highway Patrol. It's an issue that affects every law enforcement agency in the state of Kansas that's responsible for working high-speed, serious fatality, or serious injury or fatality crashes. And so that is a barrier, is the lack of policy progress on the issue of excessive speed. Really quickly to wrap up, I want to point out some agency efficiencies that we have been successful at that we're quite proud of. And that is a structural realignment over the last 2 years at the Highway Patrol by aligning similar functions and similar processes that are conducted by the patrol under bureaus to aid effectiveness and to remove redundancy throughout the Highway Patrol. Another thing that we're proud of is recognizing that it doesn't always take a sworn police officer, a sworn trooper, a gun toter, or a badge carrier to conduct some of the things that are important to the patrol. I talked about our Deputy Secretary of Business Operations. That is a role that used to be handled by a Highway Patrol major, and it's now under the leadership of a talented, non-sworn civilian business professional. Another example of that is our Director of Communications was a sworn trooper previously, and it's now a communications specialist, a communications professional that has promoted up through the organization and has now taken leadership of the communications role. And then I would also argue that a healthy workforce is an efficient and an effective workforce, and that's why we have prioritized the establishment of a wellness program at the Highway Patrol, and we have contracted with a leadership professional to both develop and coordinate our wellness program, as well as provide a variety of leadership, I'll use the word coaching services to our staff across the state. And then the utilization of and access to grant funding. A couple of examples of our access to grant funding and using that to maximize efficiencies within the agency. Recently, we applied to and were awarded a grant to digitize and modernize our VIN inspection program. I talked about the 150 plus agencies across the state that we designate or delegate that authority to. That comes with paper inspections that those designee agencies have to fill out by hand and then transmit to the Highway Patrol and then on to the state for titling purposes. This grant will allow us to digitize that process, and it will be electronically transmitted in the future. And then finally, just over the last month, we've completely acquired and deployed body-worn cameras. That was thanks to Department of Justice grant, 2 Department of Justice grants, and then the generosity of this legislature to really bring the Highway Patrol up to date in terms of community expectations and industry standards. Prior to last session, the Highway Patrol withdrew a $48 million request to build a new headquarters here in downtown Topeka, and instead are backfilling soon-to-be vacated space at the Curtis State Office Building at a significant savings to the state. Just in terms of coverage, another efficiency that we've recently recognized is going to 10-hour shifts. Previously, troopers were on 8-hour shifts, and the Kansas Turnpike and Capitol Police were the only 24/7 policing operations that the Highway Patrol had. So everywhere else in the state, 2 8-hour shifts, 16 hours on the clock. Transition to 10-hour shifts now covers 20 clock hours in a day, and it also goes a long way to reducing stress and overload and maximizing wellness for the trooper schedules. Some legislative remedies that we appreciate and that I wanted to acknowledge is some of the legislation that was recently passed. It was passed in the last session, allowing the Department of Insurance to go to a real-time online insurance verification. This is something that's very important to not just law enforcement, but to consumers of insurance products that need to be assured and secured in knowing that when they get hit by a car in a crash, that the other driver is covered and that those damages will be taken care of. The legislature last session also passed a policy transferring the compliance costs of ignition interlock devices from the Highway Patrol and its operational fund. Those fees now have been assigned to the violator, and it really transfers the cost from the taxpayer to the violator. So that's an efficiency recognition that we appreciate from the legislature. And then internally, just on a human resources note, this committee was very valuable in supporting the legislation that clarified the statute that defined majors confusingly as both classified and unclassified within the Highway Patrol. And cleaning that up was a big help to the Highway Patrol human resources. And I'll wrap this up by just noting a handful of technology advances. When I started this job 2 years ago, one of the things that I told the Confirmations Committee was that it was very important to me to maximize data and technology in the law enforcement service. And so a couple of technological advances that we think will help make Kansas safer and help make us do our job better is the recent acquisition of some testing units for what I'll refer to as the grappler hook. That's a brand name, but the grappler is a device that looks like a push bumper that goes on the front of one of our heavier vehicles. And in instances of a pursuit or where somebody is not stopping, or sometimes we encounter folks who are having medical emergencies and don't realize it and need to be stopped and they don't see the police. This grappler hook, it almost looks like something out of a science fiction movie, but it looks like a push bumper that we have on our car, but this particular one folds down with hydraulic lifts, and then it deploys a grappler net. It gets wrapped around the tire, and then we can bring that vehicle to a stop safely and terminate a pursuit before the unthinkable happens. We've also added motorcycles to our fleet. There are places in high-density, high-population areas, particularly in Johnson County and Sedgwick County, where it's very, very difficult to engage in any meaningful traffic enforcement because the traffic is too heavy or it's too congested. And the addition of motorcycles in some of those areas will help us, particularly in a couple of the safety corridors that KDOT has designated. We now have delivery of both of the helicopters that were approved by the legislature, one in Topeka and one in Wichita. We have significantly increased our patrol missions that we fly with our partner agencies. And I can tell you just anecdotally that the number of events that I read in our weekly report where we participate in the successful apprehension of a violent criminal, whether it be in Wichita or Kansas City, dozens weekly. So I cannot tell you the benefit to public safety that this legislature has had an impact on because of the appropriation for funding for those 2 helicopters. You know, you might have heard over the years complaints about the Highway Patrol uniform. The Highway Patrol uniform is important. It's rooted deep in history and in tradition, but it's hard to get. Our uniform orders take way too long to come in. So we have transitioned from a 100% wool uniform to a blend uniform that's readily available. It's wash and wear. I'm wearing one today, and I don't think anybody can tell the difference between what a trooper wore last year and what a trooper will wear next year. We stayed true to the history and true to the tradition, but the comfort and the material costs less. It's wash and wear. It's way more comfortable. I don't think you'll hear any more complaints about that in the future. I talked about body-worn cameras already. The legislature also appropriated money for license plate readers. License plate readers are being deployed as we speak through Motorola and also through a company called Flock Safety. The number of stolen vehicles, the number of stolen license plates, the number of missing people, and the number of wanted people, and interestingly enough, the number of commercial motor vehicles that have been put out of service by another law enforcement officer, and as soon as they turn the corner, the truck gets back on the road and endangers everyone. Those are in the license plate reader system as well. So the proactive, community safety-focused law enforcement functions that are going to be realized from the license plate readers are exciting. And I'd be happy to come back at any time to talk to this committee or any other legislator that wants to be assured that it's being used for the right purposes and not under the umbrella of Big Brother. Be happy to talk about that anytime because it really is important technology. With that, I think I'll wrap up the presentation. Happy to stand for any questions.
Questions Committee. I guess you were very thorough. One thing I just saw just the other day, there's talking of, it really has not too much to do with your presentation. You did talk about our infrastructure and all like that. There's talk about going to, what, a 91,000-pound truck. I assume that you would be kind of a negative on that, just due to what the potential. I mean, you add another 11,000 pounds to a mass rolling down the road.
The amount of energy, Senator, that produces is much more difficult to stop. It causes much more damage when it stops when it wasn't meant to, and also just what it does to the roadway system, the degradation of the roadway system. Yes.
Yep. I don't think I've seen that grappler. I've seen that on video. That's pretty interesting. Yeah. Any further questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yep.
Appreciate it.
Next up, we have Director Mativi. Welcome to committee, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Senator Murphy, Senator Billinger, Senator Schmidt, good morning. I'm always a little nervous when I have to try to follow the colonel because he's a hard act to follow. I've been asked today to answer for you 3 questions. What I have before me are, number 1, how and what is the KBI doing to currently cooperate with other state and local agencies? Number 2, what ideas does the KBI have for further cooperation between itself and other state and local agencies? And number 3, what agency, state, or federal barriers exist, if any, that would impact the KBI's ability to carry out the ideas previously discussed? If we're on the same page, Senator, then I'm ready whenever you're ready to hear from me. But if you'd like me to focus on any one or more of these, please let me know, and I'll be happy to adjust fire accordingly.
Just roll with what you've got.
Yes, sir. I'd like to start, if you don't mind, by talking about why the KBI was created, because I think that's very important to the issue of current cooperation and how we collaborate with other law enforcement agencies in our state. The KBI was created in 1939 when two private organizations approached the Kansas Legislature, along with the Kansas Peace Officers Association, but two private organizations approached the legislature and asked for assistance with in dealing with the two most pressing criminal justice issues of the day. The private organizations were the Kansas Livestock Association and the Kansas Bankers Association, because the two most pressing criminal justice issues of the day were bank robberies and cattle theft. So the KBI was created for the purpose of providing resources to local agencies whenever they had a situation that exceeded their capabilities. That's why we were created, and that's the very purpose for which we continue to exist today. Now, we don't do a lot of cattle theft cases. We do have them, unfortunately, in Kansas, but there's a unit that deals with those now, and it's based in the AG's office. We don't deal with a lot of bank robberies. Not that we don't have them, but that's an area where the FBI really has sort of stepped in and provided resources. But I'm going to circle back to that here in just a minute about why that may be changing and our needs may be shifting here as we go forward. That having been said, it's really my pleasure to come in here and talk with you or any other legislative body about what we're doing to collaborate with other law enforcement inside the state of Kansas. One of the best examples, one of the things that I'm most proud of is our joint fentanyl impact team. That was something that we've created in the last 2.5 years since I took over this job. It was at the AG's direction. When I took this job, he told me, do everything that you can do to interrupt the flow of fentanyl into and through the state of Kansas. There is a task force model that already exists within law enforcement, and that model is a federal law enforcement agency will sponsor a task force and then ask for participation from the state or from locals. We resisted that model when we started JFIT, and the reason is it tends to be kind of a resource dump for us. We throw a resource at that task force and we don't get a great return from it. If we send an agent, we tend to lose that agent. He goes to work for the DEA, he works on DEA cases, they may or may not have a local impact. We tend to not see any productivity from that agent. That's not always the case, but that's predominantly the case. So when we set up JFIT, we resisted that model and we partnered with the patrol and we said we want this to be a true collaboration between the two state law enforcement agencies, and we want it to be a state-based model. And we invited the feds to participate. Some of them did, some of them were resistant. Over time, it took us about 1 year or 18 months before we really got everybody to the table because we were doing it differently. But now, I feel like we really are setting the standard for how a task force should exist, because the feds have come to us, they've given us the resources. DEA is participating, HSI is participating, FBI is participating, ATF is participating, FAA, Postal Service, they all have brought resources to the table when it comes to fighting the battle against fentanyl within the state of Kansas. We broke the mold, we're doing it differently. It took us a little while to get there, but it's working well, and we're incredibly proud of it. So I think that's an excellent illustration of how we're collaborating in a non-traditional way that is really benefiting the citizens of the state of Kansas. You heard the Colonel talk about their special response team. At the KBI, we call that our high-risk warrant team. The KBI's HRWT was established for KBI cases. It was established to help our own agents execute the most difficult of arrests in those cases where we had a particularly dangerous person. We still use it for that purpose because we still have those cases. But at the same time, much like Highway Patrol's SRT, our HRWT has become a resource for smaller agencies all across the state. It's a resource they call on often. It's a resource that, interestingly, before the Colonel and I were here, SRT from Highway Patrol and HRWT from KBI trained separately and operated separately. We have changed that. The colonel and I we haven't combined the teams. They're still two separate teams, but they train together, they operate together, they back each other up, and it's not at all unusual for us to have an HRWT call out where we are working jointly with SRT. And I think that is to the benefit of every one of those communities that asks for our help, and it's to the benefit of our entire state when we do that. We also have what we call our CSRT, our Crime Scene Response Team. CSRT is a resource for us. When we get called in by a local department to do an investigation, we bring in our own crime scene team. They have capabilities beyond the capabilities that you will see from many, if not most, of the departments in this state. They rival the abilities and capabilities of the largest departments in this state, like Wichita Police Department, Johnson County Sheriff's Department. We offer CSRT resources independent of our investigative resources. If an agency calls us and says, hey, we've got the investigation handled, we just need help from your crime scene team, we will send the crime scene team. So that team is another very specialized team that we offer as a resource for all other departments in the state whenever they need it. A collaborative venture that I want to talk about because we have a real tangible success story from within the last week is our Amber Alert program. You're probably familiar with Amber when there is a person under the age of 18 who is missing or has been abducted and is in immediate danger, and we have sufficient information to broadcast, we will broadcast an Amber Alert. The agents who work on those cases will tell you that it's one of the most stressful things that they do because they know how time critical it is to get an Amber out and how much difference an Amber can make in saving the life of an endangered child. I think Amber is a fairly well-documented success story. What's not nearly as well documented because it hasn't been used as much is what we call the Blue Alert program. The Blue Alert is for a situation where an officer, a police officer, has been killed or seriously wounded, the suspect is at large, and there is sufficient information available for us to do an alert to try to track down that individual. You may remember that this last Sunday, about 10 days ago, an officer was shot and nearly killed in Lee's Summit, Missouri. That suspect immediately was at large. That doesn't happen very often in a police shooting. Usually, the police are right on the heels of this person. That was not the case in this Lee's Summit situation. That subject was at large. The Missouri Highway Patrol did a Blue Alert. Our alert personnel, Megan McGinnis in particular, does just a wonderful job for us running that program or administering that program. Megan reached out affirmatively to the Missouri folks and said, can we help? The answer was yes. Megan obtained the information that Lee's Summit and Missouri Highway Patrol had. We broadcast a Blue Alert. And about 24 hours later, less than 24, that suspect was located at the Days Inn in Ellis, Kansas. The suspect in a shooting of a Casey metro area police officer located in a Days Inn in Ellis, Kansas. The Ellis Police Department responded. Ellis County Sheriff's Department responded. Hayes Police Department Special Response Team responded. Our HRWT responded. And that suspect was successfully and safely apprehended in that hotel room. Nobody else was harmed. This was a very dangerous guy, and the apprehension came without minimizing the heroic efforts of the officers at scene. The Blue Alert played an integral part in the apprehension of that suspect. Interestingly enough, this body gave the KBI authority in 2014 to do Blue Alerts. This is the first one that we've done because it was the first one that needed to be done. But 11 years later, for the first time, we had occasion to do it. We did it, and it's a textbook example of how the system is supposed to work. As all of the information comes together, we send it out, and law enforcement all across the state utilizes it, locates the guy, safely brings him into custody. So a real success story there. Another way in which we collaborate, and we're particularly proud of this one because it's not just collaboration across law enforcement, it's what we call multidisciplinary collaboration, and that's with our child sex abuse cases. We're very, very grateful to the legislature because I'm sure you remember, Senator, a couple years ago, we only had one child victim unit in this state. It was in the Northeast. It was our pilot program here in this part of the state. It was very successful. We piggybacked on that success, and we asked for resources to stand up a CVU in the West region. You responded. We have that unit stood up now, and then this last session, we asked to close the loop, and that is to stand up a CVU in the last remaining investigative region in the state, the Southeast region. You responded. We are in the process of standing up that unit now. So we now have child victim units in all 3 regions of the state. But these are teams where we combine our law enforcement officers at the KBI with local law enforcement, with child advocacy centers, with the Department of Children and Families, and with what we call SANES, sexual assault nurse examiners. That multidisciplinary team comes together to provide resources to help with investigations in cases where children are the victims of sexual assault. And these are cases where if you don't do that investigation correctly, if you don't do that interview correctly, there is a real danger of causing further harm to that child. And that's why it's so incredibly important that the folks on those multidisciplinary teams be properly trained and that they work together, because the last thing we want to do is cause further harm to that child in the course of investigating the traumatic event that's already taken place. So those child sexual abuse cases in the context of the child victim units are very important examples of collaboration that exist. I'm going to piggyback onto something that the Colonel said just a minute ago when he talked about radio encryption. I think that's an excellent example of collaboration because in the process of upgrading our radios, we had to make a decision about whether we share those encryption keys with our partners at the Highway Patrol. And I will tell you that I encountered resistance because historically, the KBI has not shared encryption keys with the Highway Patrol. And the reason is we are, on occasion, asked to investigate things that go on at the Highway Patrol. It doesn't happen very often. Fortunately, it hasn't happened in any sort of major case lately. They've all been very minor, right? But because of that relationship, we had not shared our encryption keys. To me, that was backward thinking. And the reason is, the Colonel is exactly right. The resources and support provided by their air wing, by their aviation unit, are something that we rely on a daily basis, especially with our JFIT operations. We've gotten to the point where the KHP's air wing is supporting our JFIT and all of our drug operations, if not on a daily basis, then certainly on a weekly basis. And to not share those encryption keys would result in a lack of functionality, a lack of interoperability that, in my view, was unacceptable given the incredibly minimal number of times that we're called upon to investigate them, and even then when we would have to be on the radio talking about that case. So we rejected the old school thinking. We embraced an attitude of collaboration and cooperation. Their air wing in particular now has access to all of our frequencies so that we have increased operability every single day with the KHP. One of the last things I want to talk about with regard to our investigations branch is what we call 287G authority. You've probably heard about this. Back in September, there was quite a bit of media coverage over the fact that Kansas was the second state in the nation to enter into what's called a 287G agreement with the current administration. 287G refers to Section 287G of the Immigration and Naturalization Act. I can tell you that state and local, hello, Senator.
How are you doing?
State and local officers, law enforcement officers, don't have the authority to investigate federal immigration violations. Can't do it. We're precluded by law at the state and local level from investigating federal immigration violations. 287G authority is the authority by which state and locals can enter into investigative activity, conduct investigations of federal immigration law. We were the second state in the country to enter into this agreement. There was quite a bit of concern at the time. Is the KBI going to become an immigration enforcement agency? Is the KBI going to send agents to the border? The answer to that question is no. The answer to both questions is no, not even to the Oklahoma border, even though, given what's happening with marijuana down there, sometimes we want to, right? But what we are doing with this 287G authority is we're giving our agents an additional tool in their tool belt to investigate our current investigative priorities. Many of you have already heard me say, you're probably tired of hearing me talk about how under-resourced, understaffed, underfunded the KBI is compared to what we need to be doing and what our constituents expect of us. So we have to focus on crimes of violence, public corruption, crimes against children, organized criminal activity, which in Kansas right now means dope, and it means fentanyl, and it means the cartels, right? So those are our investigative priorities. We are not shifting our investigative priorities. What we're doing is we're giving our agents another tool in their tool belt to help take those same people off the street, to get the violent criminals off the street, to get the drug offenders off the street, to get the child predators off the street, because many of those that we see engaging in that activity are not here legally. And unfortunately, ICE is so overburdened right now that we cannot rely on them for help, especially with one-offs or two-offs. 287G authority will allow the KBI to take up the slack in the middle. And I'll give you an example. What brought this to the forefront with me was I get a monthly briefing about how many tied contacts there are in the state of Kansas in the last 30 days. A tied contact means that person is on the terror watch list, as one example. In January, my briefing was that during the month of December, there were 5 tied contacts in the state of Kansas. That means Kansas law enforcement officers, usually in the context of a traffic stop, had contact with somebody who was on the terror watch list. Well, unfortunately, being on the terror watch list by itself is not an individualized basis for detention. We can't hold somebody or arrest somebody just for being on the terror watch list. I told you that state and locals are precluded from enforcing immigration law, which means we also can't hold that person just for being here illegally. Only ICE can do that. And we can't get ICE for a one-off or a two-off. So what that translates to, in those 5 tied stops, 3 of them were here, all of them on the terror watch list, 3 of them here illegally, and all that trooper or deputy or officer who made contact with that person, all they could do was make note of it and send them on their way. And that's not acceptable. With 287G authority, when that officer or deputy or trooper calls their dispatcher and is told that ICE can't come to lodge a detainer and hold that person, we want them to be able to call the KBI. And a KBI agent will come out under the 287G authority, we can lodge the detainer and we'll transport that individual somewhere where they can be held until ICE can come and get them. Because in my view, if you're on the terror watch list and you're here illegally, you shouldn't be here. And we should do everything that we can to get you out of our community. And 287G authority will allow us to do that. I'll give you one more example before I move on. We are, as you well know, the Criminal Justice Information Repository for the state of Kansas. What that means is we have the list of all registered offenders in Kansas. And by registered offenders, I mean individuals who have been convicted of an offense that requires registration, whether it's a sex offender who has to go into the sex offender registry, a drug offender who has to go into the drug registry, or a violent offender who has to go into the violent offender registry. Altogether, there are about 48,000 names in those 3 registries. Well, one of the things that I want to know is how many of those 48,000 are not present legally in this country? Because in my view, if you're a registered sex offender and you're not here legally, you shouldn't be here. That's another thing that we're going to use our 287G authority for. So we, in conjunction with ICE, are scouring that list of 48,000 to figure out who on that list is not here legally. And once we know that number and we know who they are and where they are, we will work with our partners at ICE, we'll work with our partners in the Marshal Service, and any other law enforcement agency out there who wants to work with us on this. We'll find them, we'll detain them, and we'll get them out of here. And I think that will make our communities significantly safer. So that sort of summarizes what's happening in our investigations branch right now. That's not everything, not by a long shot, but I think those are the best examples and the best use of your time to hear about. We have similar things happening in what we call our criminal justice services branch. That's the part of the KBI that is not investigations, but it is outward facing, which means we provide services and our customers are outside of the KBI. An excellent example is within our Information Services Division. We, again, already along with the Highway Patrol, together we run the ks.gov system. ks.gov stands for Kansas Criminal Justice Information System. We have 1,500 partner agencies or customers with about 9,000 users that rely on ks.gov on a daily basis. Every single, and so to be clear, this is the system that an officer or deputy or trooper relies on at roadside when they make a traffic stop. So not that you ever would get stopped, Senator, but if you were to get stopped, officer comes up to your vehicle, asks you for driver's license, registration, proof of insurance. They take that information back to their vehicle and either through their dispatcher or through their mobile data terminal, enter that information. That information comes to the ks.gov switch, which is maintained at the KBI. And from the ks.gov switch, it goes out to every law enforcement database in the country, and at least one, I think there's more, international databases as well. Positive responses only come back to the switch and then go back to the officer at roadside. That happens on average 115,000 times a day. We get ks.gov inquiries. 72 times a minute. And it happens on average, that entire data sequence I just talked about, in 6 seconds. That's the ks.gov switch. Now, right now, the KBI maintains the IT infrastructure and security for ks.gov, and KHP provides the audit responsibility. So that is already a collaborative effort between the two organizations. I would remind you that in this last legislative session, you all funded an enhancement request to replace the switch itself, the actual device. It has gotten old enough that we're worried enough about it, and we cannot afford a failure of the ks.gov switch, even for a few hours. That will put officers at roadside at jeopardy. And so you funded our enhancement request to upgrade that ks.gov switch, and we're very grateful for your assistance in doing that. Another very good example of one of the collaborative things going on inside our Criminal Justice Services branch is our laboratory, the KBI laboratory. You're hopefully familiar with it. It's a beautiful building on the campus at Washburn University. If you haven't been over there yet, please come over and let us give you a tour. It's about 100,000 square feet of accredited forensic science laboratory that is filled not just with really expensive and amazing equipment, but even more amazing people who are very, very smart and very, very dedicated to helping administer the criminal justice system in Kansas. We are the crime lab for 103 of the 105 Kansas counties. Johnson County has their own crime lab. Sedgwick County has their own crime lab. We actually do quite a bit of work in Sedgwick County. Their crime lab struggles. They especially struggle when it comes to firearm and tool mark examiners. So I say that we're actually the crime lab for 103 and a half of the 105 Kansas counties. We provide this service. We provide evidence, or we provide testing of evidence that we receive from over 500 agencies. We received 3,000 test subpoenas for testimony last year based on testing that we did. We tested 55,000 items in 2024. Our scientists issued 26,000 reports for these 500 customer agencies. 3,000 subpoenas were issued to our scientists for testimony regarding those reports, and we do all of that at zero cost to the agency. That is a service that we provide to 103.5 of the 105 counties, and we also provide that to federal agencies when they have arrests. The feds can send their evidence to our lab for testing as well. They have their own labs they can send it to. The FBI has Quantico, DEA has Chicago, but oftentimes they will send their samples to us for testing. That, in my view, is an incredible resource that we provide to law enforcement all across the state of Kansas. We're very proud of the work that they do there in the lab. Let's talk about future opportunities for collaboration and integration. One of the things that we're working on is tracking of sexual assault kits. Our laboratory information management systems, LIMS, last legislative session, you all approved an enhancement. We are going to upgrade the LIMS system, and once fully integrated, this will allow sexual assault kits and the processing of those kits by our laboratory to be tracked by victims. A victim of sexual assault will be able to track the progress of our testing of their kit. That, I think, will help ensure transparency and accountability in a way that has never been seen in our lab before, and we're very proud to be working to provide that to the citizens and crime victims in Kansas. What we call Caseload. We asked for an enhancement this last session to provide an update to the Caseload system. Caseload stands for Kansas Sex Offender Registry and Tracking. It's KBI's job to provide a platform to do this, and I will be very candid, and I've said this before, this isn't news, but our system falls miserably short of the obligation that we owe to our sheriffs to give them a tool to adequately track the offenders in their community. When an offender is convicted and has to go into the database, they have to register. Caseload is the system by which the sheriff in that county tracks every registered offender in the county. And the system that we gave them was an off-the-shelf freebie provided more than a decade ago by the FBI. And I don't think there's there are sheriffs in Kansas who are not dissatisfied with it, but they're not the ones that do a lot of business in this area. The ones that do business in this area find it woefully dissatisfactory. And as a result, one of the first things I did in this job was dove in and tried to figure out what do we need to be doing in this arena. Our folks traveled the country to try to figure out what is the best solution. We believe, after having done all of that research, that the best solution is a third-party platform that a vendor will provide. We would need to put it out for RFP, of course, but we think that is the way to go. Now, providing this upgrade doesn't benefit the KBI, right? It benefits the sheriffs, the people who are accountable to their constituents for accurately tracking the registered offenders in their community. But I feel it's our obligation to provide that to them. So we asked for an enhancement this last session. It initially received support. I think it just sort of got lost in the discussion and the funding of the headquarters building. So we're going to take another shot at it this year. In fact, my next meeting when this is done is to sit down and talk with the sheriffs about how are we going to go about this next year and how can we have a better level of success next year than we did this past session, because it's something that's desperately needed by those folks that we view as our customers or constituents. Beyond that, we are always looking for additional opportunities to collaborate with other law enforcement agencies. I think that we do an outstanding job of bringing everybody to the table, allowing everybody the opportunity and the environment in which to collaborate, and we find that when given that opportunity, they do. And I want to tell you one last quick story about collaboration that I think is really illustrative of the relationship that we have in law enforcement in Kansas right now. We have talked internally about whether we are getting adequate use out of a technology called rapid DNA scanning. And I'll equate it this way. Rapid DNA is to DNA testing in the lab like a PBT is to a toxicology test in the lab, right? A PBT is okay for roadside. It gives the officer probable cause, but it's not courtroom-ready evidence. Rapid DNA scanning is appropriate for the field. It gives the agent a preliminary indication of the identity of this person, but it's not courtroom-ready evidence. And because it's not courtroom-ready evidence, we have resisted it. And that's okay. We are an agency, especially our lab, that deals with courtroom-ready evidence. That's who we are. That's what we provide. But we have seen some situations recently where having the ability to use rapid DNA testing would be incredibly valuable in an investigative situation. We also know that in a mass casualty, rapid DNA scanning can be very, very helpful in quickly identifying victims. If you have DNA samples and you can get the results back in a few hours instead of sending it to the lab and waiting a few days to get courtroom-ready results, you don't really need courtroom-ready when you're identifying victims, right? You need enough information that you can reliably notify the family. So a situation occurred where I was having a discussion with the colonel about the fact that we're considering buying jointly with some of our neighbors like Nebraska or Colorado, who we have really good working relationships with. We've talked about buying one of these expensive machines and sharing it. When I mentioned that to the colonel, his very first question, without me even asking, was, well, how big is that machine? And I gestured about the size of a file box, and he said, could you keep that in the hangar in Hayes? Because if you could keep it in the hangar in Hayes, I've got an airplane that could fly it anywhere that it needs to go in the state or in any of those neighboring states when it's needed. That's the kind of relationship that we have developed among these agencies in Kansas now, where I don't even have to ask about collaboration. When I mention something, if there's an opportunity for collaboration there, and even if I didn't see it and put myself in a position to ask about it, if the colonel sees it, he'll ask about it. That's the kind of relationship we have. I think that is to the benefit of all Kansans. So with that, my time is up. I love bragging about what we're doing here. I welcome the opportunity to do it in this environment or any other, but I don't want to go over my time and waste your time. Let me just end by thanking you. Many of the opportunities that we have for collaboration are directly attributable to support that we have received from this legislative body. We have asked for a number of enhancements over the last 3 legislative sessions. We've come in here, you've made us justify it. When we do that, you respond, and I think that has put us in a better position as an agency, and it's put us in a better position as a state. So thank you for doing that. Senator, I'll stand for questions if you have any that you'd like to ask.
Thank you, sir. Committee questions? Did you have? Senator Thompson.
Not so much the question. Sorry, I was late. I had a J car, unfortunately, before this, so I'm coming in off another committee. But I always appreciate the testimony and information and what you're doing at KBI, and the collaboration that you brought up at the end, I think is very important. I think that's the sort of thing we're looking for from an efficiency standpoint, and just appreciate that comment. Thank you, Director. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
I don't guess I really had any questions. I've always been impressed by how things are run over there. I guess especially since you've been there. A little pat on the back for you. I really like, the fact that you moved things into I mean, it's a constitutional thing, a way of doing it, is to move it where the state runs it and the Fed helps rather than the other way around. And I really appreciate that. And one thing that kind of caught me as well is that the way for the victim to track evidence. I never really thought about that, but when you mentioned that, I've heard people say, well, I had this happen, as a rape or whatever like that, and they did the kit, and I have no idea what happened to it.
Yeah, we want to change that.
And so I think that's real important.
If you'll let me take 2 more minutes,
Sure,
Senator, with
absolutely.
your permission. There is an uncertainty right now in law enforcement. This administration in Washington is changing the way that federal law enforcement is structured, the way that it's organized, and the way that it's funded. That's not a bad thing. In my view, disruption was plenty warranted in some of those areas. So please don't take this as a criticism. It's merely an observation. as we see federal law enforcement shift from emphasis in the traditional areas to an increasing emphasis in immigration, that's what we're seeing. And that's good. I could talk to you for half an hour about what I saw on the border 2 weeks ago, and A, how scary it is, but B, what a difference that policy changes have made down there. And we're seeing that in Kansas. We're seeing the decreased availability of fentanyl in Kansas because of what's happening at the border. But that leaves areas of uncertainty. And so I cite that just as an example. I mentioned earlier bank robberies and the fact that that's one of the reasons that the KBI was created, but we're not really in that business anymore because the FBI for decades now has taken the lead on bank robbery investigations. If the FBI de-emphasizes bank robberies because they're being told to emphasize immigration enforcement, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I think that's going to result in a lot of benefits to us as Americans and even as Kansans. But one side effect of that might be the FBI not being willing to step up with regard to bank robbery investigations the way they have done in the past. In that case, we revert back to a situation where the locals don't have the capabilities and the feds aren't doing it, which means we want, as a society, somebody else to step up. So I think we just need to be mindful of that as we watch these changes in Washington, which, again, many, if not most of which are warranted, but there may be side effects, there may be second and third order effects, there may be ripples in the pond that we're left to deal with because we want to continue to keep our citizens safe.
Senator Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Mr. Director. I walked in while you were talking about ICE and that situation. Obviously, you look at what's happening in Los Angeles, you look at what they're trying to do with regard to the immigration, and I missed part of your statement. Does ICE, are they just not available here, or they're focusing on the border solely? Do we have any collaboration with them with help to remove dangerous illegal immigrants?
We absolutely have collaboration with them. The SAC in charge here in Kansas City is a wonderful guy. He's a great partner. You couldn't ask for a better person to work with. ICE right now is just overwhelmed. It's not a lack of a goodwill on their part. It's not that they don't want to do the right thing, but it's difficult for them to justify the resources when we call and say, hey, we've got one guy. Right? They're focused on bus loads at a time and trying to get huge numbers of people, bad actors, out of our communities across the country. So it's not really fair to expect that while they're trying to concentrate on doing volume work, they're going to be responsive to us with a one-off or a two-off, even if that is a particularly bad actor. I think it is incumbent on us to be able to step up and fill that gap. I think it's in everyone's interests if we have another agency, and here in Kansas, that agency would be the KBI, to step up and fill that gap when we have a particularly bad actor that we know we all want out of our community, but ICE isn't able to do it. Somebody should be able to do it, and with the 287G authority that we now have under our agreement with this administration, once we get our agents trained, we will be able to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Director.
And when you're talking about that, it comes to mind, I saw, I think it was Tennessee released video. They caught that guy that was sent to Costa Rica from Maryland, and everybody had a fit about it and everything like that, but they caught him in a human trafficking deal. And they called the FBI, they called the feds. The feds, like I said, we've got one person here. We won't, whatever like that, respond, and they had to let him go. And so those are the sorts of things that we need to be able to take care of things like that. I appreciate it. Anything else? Director, thank you very much. Been very, very informative, and appreciate it.
Appreciate the opportunity, Senator. Always nice to visit with you all. Thank you very much.
With that, I think that has our morning taken care of. So we'll take a lunch break, and we're due back in here at 1:30 with a presentation from DCF. Well, welcome back after our lunch break to government efficiency. We are going to now have a presentation from DCF from Secretary Howard. Are you up? Welcome to committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm pleased to be here today to talk with you about DCF and specifically about what we're doing to cooperate with other state and local agencies, what ideas we might have for further cooperation, and what agency, state, or federal barriers exist. So again, just maybe starting out, I might just kind of remind the committee about the role that DCF has in state government. You know, our mission as an agency is to protect children, strengthen families, and promote adult self-sufficiency. And we really have kind of what I think of as 4 buckets of services that we provide. You know, one of those it's kind of some of the traditional benefit programs. So we're the agency that administers the TANF cash assistance program, the SNAP food assistance program, child care, low-income energy assistance, things like that, along with the work-related components that go with those programs, because many of those have work requirements associated with those. Our second big bucket really is in the child welfare arena, where we have an array of programs relating from prevention programs, you know, all the way to foster care and adoption services. And then the 3 other buckets of services that we provide and support for Kansas citizens are child support services, everything from paternity establishment to order establishment to enforcement of those orders. And then rehabilitation services is the 4th bucket, which really provides vocational services for individuals with disabilities, for example, trying to reenter the workforce. There's also some components there related to individuals who are blind or vision impaired. So again, just with that background of DCF, I'm pleased to talk with you about the ways in which we collaborate with others. We do participate and collaborate with a lot of state and local organizations, and we do this both to facilitate those routine services we talked about, as well as to think about innovative ways to provide service delivery. And we really find that through the collaborations, we've really gained efficiencies. We've enhanced service delivery in some cases, and sometimes we avert the need for there even to be contact with the state agency or reliance on state funding or resources through those collaborations. Included in the testimony are a few examples of some key areas that we cooperate in some recent collaborations. On page 2 of the testimony, I wanted to first call out what we call the Together Kansas events. And these are some events that our regional offices facilitate across the state, where we really help to bring together a variety of local resources and opportunities to one location so that community members have the chance to explore and engage and find resources that can be helpful to them as citizens to fit their particular needs. We've hosted 3 of those events this year. We have 6 more scheduled across the state. Attendees can really connect with a variety of not just our agency, but other state agencies, community partners. Examples might be getting assistance with job search. There might be certain health services that perhaps a local qualified health center is providing. Again, an array of state and local partners, really kind of giving an opportunity for folks to really learn what's available in their communities. The next part of my testimony in terms of interagency and organizational collaborations has to do with our economic and employment support area, which, you know, as I talked about, those are the benefit programs that we provide. You know, one of the things that I'm very proud that we've done as an agency is in February of 2023, we implemented what we called One Kansas, establishing a statewide shared caseload for eligibility. You know, in the past, you know, individuals could, you know, access services and apply for services at a local office. They could apply online. They could call on the phone to get assistance. And then those caseloads were managed locally in the region or in the office in which the individual lived. What we did as we established One Kansas, was to really refresh our operating procedures and establish a workload management project so that, one region could help in another region. For example, if there was a backlog of cases in Kansas City and there wasn't a backlog of cases in Garden City, those Garden City workers could, tap cases from Kansas City and they could go ahead and process those. We really went through a period of time after COVID when we were having some really long delays in getting benefits established. Implementation of One Kansas, which I really kind of think of as kind of like a virtual call center, is we're now able to do those eligibility determinations in fewer than 10 days. So it's been great for efficiency, great for customer service, and really great to really think about the work we do as One Kansas. We also do some work where we collaborate in the communities in which we are and co-locate sometimes our human service consultants, those folks who provide that benefit work with community partners. For example, just using the Wichita area as an example, our eligibility team there has co-located human service consultants with 12 different community partners. Most recently, we expanded services to a community provider that provides homeless services. We've also do things at the public library as well as at some health centers there where, for example, an eligibility staff may be there one day a week to, again, where people are to make the access to services easier. There's a lot of things from the technology standpoint that we do in our EES system that touches across a variety of state agencies as well as federal partners that really have to do with data exchanges to verify eligibility, to look for fraud, and things like that. So I'm not going to go over all of those bullets, and we've done a lot of testimony over the last couple of years about this. But I would start out just by saying that our program eligibility at DCF is in a shared joint eligibility system that also houses not just the DCF programs, but the Medicaid program. That's called the KEYS system. That system has actually been in place before agencies were separated, back actually when the agencies were one agency. We participate fully in data matching, as I said, with federal entities like the Social Security Administration to verify Social Security numbers, Medicare entitlement, things like that. We participate through the Department of Labor, who you'll hear from after me, with various matches, for example, through their new hires records, so that we have that data for applicants of public assistance when they're coming due for recertification. So again, there's a variety of matches that happen across a variety of federal agencies. I also mentioned the IRS here. We even match files with the Kansas Lottery in terms of any kinds of payouts that recipients of public assistance might get that might be a set-off against their benefits. We have real-time access, again, on the unemployment system side. Also access in terms of with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment and their vital statistics as it relates to verification of birth records for those applying for assistance for children. So again, lots and lots of data matches and collaborations there. And again, those facilitate eligibility determination. They also facilitate our work to avert fraud. In our rehabilitation services area, we collaborate with the Workforce Investment Act partners, such as the Department of Commerce and local workforce boards across the state, to support both adults and youth with disabilities through coordinated education, training, and employment services. We often braid funding. There may be funding that an individual with a disability may be able to access through vocational rehabilitation. They may also be able to access some funding through one of those other sources. Again, with the goal there being for the individuals to receive the training or supports they need to re-enter the workforce and be successful in the workforce. Similarly, as it relates to youth, we have a federal funding stream called PREETS that provides supports for young people with disabilities as they're getting ready to leave high school. And so we work very, very closely with the State Department of Education as well as local school districts to support those youth. On the child support side, we have interagency agreements with KDHE, Revenue, and the Department of Labor, again, to share data, to work in cooperation as we seek to intercept support for families or as we seek to locate individuals who may not be paying that support. We also do a lot of data matching with banks, workers' compensation claims, personal injury claims, et cetera. We also have an interagency agreement with the Office of Judicial Administration, again, related to services of child support orders. DCF, in addition to some of our child protection services, we're also the agency that investigates adult protective services, so adult abuse or neglect. And we have some very strong coordination and partnerships within this division. We work very closely with the Attorney General's office. We sit on the advisory group from the Attorney General for their abuse, neglect, and exploitation unit. We also serve on the statewide multidisciplinary team and on the local multidisciplinary teams. And I'll talk a little bit later on in terms of some work we're doing around financial exploitation. In the child and well-being area, which, as I said, prevention up through foster care and adoption, we have strong collaborations with the Department of Corrections and their juvenile justice programs to assure that families who have kids who touch either service delivery system, child welfare or juvenile justice, have access to program supports. There's been some innovations in recent years where, for example, children in the child welfare system can access some of the services that are available through the local juvenile intake and assessment services for youth who are juvenile offenders, and vice versa. So again, some really, really strong collaborations there. You know, one of our longest and I think most effective collaborations from the child welfare perspective is actually in Sedgwick County. And it's called the Exploited and Missing Children Unit. This is a collaboration that's actually been in place for 40 years. And it's a different way to manage certain child abuse cases. So we're actually co-located, DCF, the Wichita Police Department, and the Sedgwick County Sheriff's Department staff a multidisciplinary unit that investigates certain cases of child abuse and neglect. We share funding for that unit, and that specialized unit does a lot of work in the area of human trafficking, missing and abducted children, and internet crimes against children. So it's been a really, really important, valuable collaboration for some of our most vulnerable children. Again, that's been in place for almost 40 years. We also amplified some of our other cooperations with law enforcement. I'm skipping ahead a little bit here because I wanted to kind of stay on the law enforcement side in recent years. And for example, we recently attended the Chiefs of Police Conference, and we're able to really share some good information and resources for law enforcement. We actually created kind of some visor cards that helps law enforcement to identify, where are the resources to call if there are crisis services, what are some things to do if you're thinking about taking a child out of the home, those kinds of things. And again, really, really strong cooperation with law enforcement. And one thing I'm really proud of that we started 3 or 4 years ago, this is also in Wichita and Sedgwick County. We did 2 things with police and law enforcement there. One, we helped to fund a couple of specialized positions in the city of Wichita and in the Sedgwick County Sheriff's Department, the police department and the Sheriff's Department, that could really serve as like a bridge between law enforcement, DCF, and community services. So maybe there were issues or concerns about a family that didn't rise to the level of abuse or neglect. By having those social workers or individuals like that on their teams, those individuals could do that work with those families, make appropriate community referrals, and in some cases, really avert, placement in police protective custody or in foster care. At the same time, we did a data sharing agreement with the City of Wichita Police Department and with Sedgwick County that allows the dispatch staff to access family history through DCF through one of our intake systems. So take the example of, an officer's getting ready to go to a house. They're getting ready to investigate. The dispatcher can look in the DCF system. They can, so have we had reports about this? Should they expect to see children at the house? Is there a history of reports? Again, it's been very, very valuable. The police and the sheriff's department both speak very highly of the impact that's made. Sometimes just in awareness, but also I think just really giving them that knowledge that they need to sort of do the investigation that they might need to do when they show up at that home. So that's been very, very exciting. That's one of those innovations when you ask the question about what might we do more of, that we look forward to being able to expand that. And I think as we move into a new system I'll talk about later from a technology perspective, I think we'll have more opportunities to expand that kind of thing statewide. But that's been a great partnership with law enforcement. We also have a lot of partnerships with school districts across the state. We have some special partnerships in Salina, Emporia, Hutchinson, and Wichita, where we've helped the school district with some school liaisons that really do some additional work to help families get connected to concrete services or relational services. In Salina, we've also partnered on some focused work on preventing truancy. And again, those are some situations where without maybe some of that front end work, a child or a family may go deeper into the system and may be more at risk of, entering state custody. So again, those have been some great, I think what I would call those kind of prevention collaborations that we've been a part of for a number of years now. On page 5, I also mentioned just a couple of other initiatives that I think, again, have been very valuable in helping to support maybe the immediate needs that a family or a child may have that might not actually really require involvement by us as a state agency. We have staff we've identified as kind of resource specialists in each of our regions now. And that's really to help both our own staff understand what community resources might be out there to support a family who might come to us for assistance, and also to help citizens with that. And so in Southeast Kansas, a number of the helping agencies in the region kind of got together, and they really created a very, very simple process. I mean, they're really literally just using like a spreadsheet, kind of through Teams or SharePoint. And anybody who maybe has a family come to them who has a need and they maybe they don't really do that, or they don't have that particular service or that concrete support to offer, they can just enter that and say, hey, we have a need for 2 beds for some grandparents who just are taking in some youth, or it could be anything. It could be a health support, and then the other folks connected to this will just respond in with how they might provide support for that. Again, I think really a way to sort of keep folks from kind of going deeper into the system, and in some ways avoiding reliance on state resources at all. It's been a great community collaboration. Lots and lots of local partners in the Southeast region. Last calendar year alone, they received over 1,500 inquiries and requests that were able to be met through a variety of, primarily local organizations. I also mentioned on page 5 our Kansas City Regional Whole Families pilot, and it's interesting. Sometimes collaboration, when you talk about collaboration across agencies, sometimes that might be even within your own agency. DCF can be a large agency. It has different divisions, and one of the things we found was that when our child welfare partners, when a child was coming home from foster care, sometimes there was a lag in them getting benefits the family might qualify for through TANF or SNAP. So, this is really a pilot project that we started in the Kansas City region to ensure that those would be timely. And so it's been a very, very good project in terms of those expectations. To me, it's a little bit similar to some of the work that's been done on the correction side, to make sure that, Medicaid is available when the person actually, leaves prison or is reintegrated into society. So again, similar sorts of things, avoiding those gaps in services. Another area where we've worked across state agencies has to do with the implementation of an executive order that the governor signed last January that has to do with the use of SSI benefits for young people in the custody of the secretary. What that executive order did was allow young people to retain those benefits. In the past, states tended to use like Social Security disability benefits a child might have to pay for the costs of foster care because federal law didn't allow those resources over $2,000 to be preserved. Federal law changed in recent years. ABLE accounts became a new way to preserve funding, and Kansas has been a real leader in ABLE accounts. So the governor signed this executive order, and in planning for that implementation, we worked really, really closely with Treasurer Johnson and the State Treasurer's Office. They've been an incredible partner in helping to educate around this. We're also working with the DD Council and the Kansas Council for Economic Education on some particular training for young people and their families that are in our custody. But again, that's been a great collaboration and partnership. I think the expertise and knowledge of the Treasurer's Department has allowed us to, far more effectively, implement this executive order. They've been a great partner. We also collaborate through prevention and protection services with the Department of Education. There's a foster care report card that's done every year so that we can look at the ways in which foster youth progress through the school system compared to other youth. And they've been a great partner in being able to pull that data by school districts. When we look at opportunities for greater efficiencies and collaborations, we are looking at additional data matching possibilities. One example that I listed here was we operate a summer food assistance program now called Sunbucks. It's a new federal program. The federal government passed this about 1.5 years ago, coming out of COVID. And right now, we can do some data matching to qualify youth for the program, but not as much as we'd like to do. So a lot of families have to apply for that manually. So we are looking at ways to support data matching with the Medicaid program so more families could be automatically eligible and not have to go through that application process. And we recently received a new federal grant from the U.S. Department of Agriculture that will help us to further support that collaboration. We also think there's more opportunities at the front end. I'm not sure, you may hear this from the Department of Labor as well. I think there's chances to leverage data for more holistic service delivery. And I think as systems are modernized, there's more opportunities to do that as well. But we've had certainly some conversations with the Department of Labor about what kind of maybe a kind of a front end web page portal or something might look like for families applying for programs across multiple agencies. So again, more to come on that. I've already talked quite a bit about collaboration with law enforcement, but we do have a new opportunity for collaboration with law enforcement through legislation that you passed this last session. Traditionally, DCF has operated its child abuse hotline through our Protection Report Center. That's 24/7, 365 days a year. But our investigators have traditionally worked 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. So law enforcement has responded at other times. The legislation passed this session would require DCF to make contact with families within 24 hours of a law enforcement report. So starting July 1st, I will have investigators working 7 days a week. So our investigators will be investigating child abuse on Saturdays and Sundays and holidays, as well as Monday through Friday, and making contact back with law enforcement about that. So again, a big change. I think it will have a significant impact in terms of our connection and collaboration with law enforcement, and also just the ability to identify early whether there are supports that can help that child or family, short of the child entering either police protective custody or entering into foster care. Just a handful of other things, Mr. Chairman. We also do a lot of work together across state agencies related to the issue of elder abuse. I'd already talked about some of our adult protective services work, but DCF and Department for Aging and Disabilities, through the services we provide for aging individuals in the insurance department, we're actually hosting a series of events this month across the state to observe World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. We're really using that opportunity to have events across the state where we really are doing education around financial exploitation. I mean, financial exploitation of the elderly, I mean, it just continues to expand and expand. You know, the scams continue to get more and more sophisticated. And so we're doing that, again, across the state, a number of free community events, really targeting that focus, and again, are doing that with across DCF, KDADS, and then with Commissioner Schmidt from the Insurance Department. So we're excited about that. The other one I'll highlight on page 6, as we look ahead to the future, is the Comprehensive Child Welfare Information System. You know, DCF right now in child welfare operates using about 7 different information systems, some of which go back to before there was such a thing known as the internet. They're that old, those systems. We've been very, very fortunate to have the governor and the legislature support funding for planning and now moving towards development of that system. We are very, very close to announcing the winning bid for that RFP. But so this comprehensive child welfare information system, which states have to have certified systems by the federal agency. So it's been a bit of it's a long process. The feds have to approve the RFP, they have to approve the contracts, all those things. But it will modernize our technology, so it'll be compliant with the federal requirements, but it will also allow interfaces between various agencies that partner with DCF. You know, for example, right now, we're a privatized state in child welfare. So, you know, you often hear about our case management providers, you know, KVC, TFI, Ember Hope, Cornerstones of Care, St. Francis Ministries. They all have their own systems. We really don't have a single system that really is the case record. So this will consolidate those. We will have a single system. We will shut down at least 3 or 4 other systems and platforms, some of which were kind of handmade, created things to manage reimbursement or to manage case matching. So again, we're very, very excited about that. And as I said earlier, our primary federal reporting system, the FACS system, is based on 1980s mainframe technology. And so things have really been a Band-Aid approach for a while. This will provide a lot of opportunities to enhance collaborations. I mean, in terms of the other agencies that we'll be able to allow to have access to this. We'll reduce redundant data entry. We'll create fewer systems of record. It will help with efficiencies really in all aspects of child welfare, from taking reports to screening reports to case assignment, case management. It will give us a lot of tools we don't have today. So again, very excited that we're at the point we are to begin the development there. Now, you also asked just about barriers and inefficiencies. You know, we're always looking for innovative ways to partner with local and state agencies to better serve Kansans. You know, sometimes the first barrier we come upon is finding a legitimate way to share data. You know, different federal programs have different rules about that data sharing. They require different practices in order to do that. Sometimes we can enter into a memorandum of understanding to do that for certain data. Sometimes we have to have data sharing agreements approved, for example, by the Social Security Administration. So I mean, it's a barrier, but I would say in most cases we find ways to overcome that barrier. But it may take some time to do that. It may mean that an initiative where we wish to share data across agencies takes some time to go through those hoops. I also think as systems are modernized, our opportunities are enhanced, because sometimes it's very costly in an older system to do the sorts of changes one might have to do to allow that to happen. We also just listed another opportunity that had to do with our child support services program. You know, we're the only state that has a court trustee program in addition to the program called the 4D program that DCF administers. You know, the DCF program is free. The court trustee program has some costs. Our state law doesn't automatically make 4D the program of choice in counties that don't have court trustees by making all those child support orders automatic. So it's a pretty manual process. We think there's some ways to think about that differently, and we're thinking about whether or not to bring a legislation for the legislature to consider about that. That would, I think, be a lot more efficient in terms of affording child support. Again, these are just a few opportunities, a few ways in which we collaborate. I think you heard some others from agencies you heard from this morning that we didn't even mention in our testimony. You know, the judicial branch certainly talked about its collaborations with DCF on the Child Welfare Summit, on the Family Treatment Court. That's been a great collaboration. You know, as well as, you know, some of the things that, some collaborations we have with the KBI around child sexual abuse. So again, you heard about some of those that, again, we didn't even mention in our testimony. So, but if I were to say, I mean, what I really think the largest barriers are to collaboration, and we try to knock those down, really are when there's antiquated technology that kind of gets in the way of automatic sharing of data. I think there are some efficiencies, and this is just me talking, it's not written down in my testimony, but as I think about across state government, I think some of the the systems that all agencies rely on, let's say through the Department of Administration, I think there are efficiencies we could have in the procurement system that would help that process to go more quickly. And then I think even I know some of the requests the Department of Administration has been making the last couple years in terms of a new financial management system that would replace both SMART and the human resources system SHARP would garner a lot of efficiencies for us across agencies. So again, I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman, just in the interest of time, and be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you, Secretary. Questions, comments, committee? Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary, for coming. It's a lot to get your arms around. Just a short presentation, there's a lot there. And
There could have been more. So
yeah, oh, I understand.
chose to give you just an array, right?
Yeah, and I understand. And I think our aim here has been to try to find these efficiencies. And of course, with agencies as big as yours, we have to have some guidance of where to start, where to get our arms around, and things of that nature. With regard to that CWIS system, that new system there, third party, that's a third party, the RFP going out for third parties for that system, I'm guessing. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
Are there a lot of those? Because is it more efficient to contract with a third party to develop those systems or develop those systems internally? I'm just curious.
For this type of a system, it makes more sense to use an outside vendor. I mean, there are vendors that have developed these systems in other states, you know, and I say that, Senator, because there are very stringent federal standards around what the Comprehensive Child Welfare Information System has to include. So I think it would be very difficult to do it internally. You kind of gave me a little bit of PTSD. I was thinking back to some earlier days in my career when, as an agency, we tried to do something very similar internally, and it was not I mean, I'm not saying it can't ever be a success, and we have some successful systems we've done internally, but with all of the federal requirements around this, I think to go with entities that have already done this successfully and have proven modules and those things already is really the best bet.
You think there's cost savings in doing that? I'm just, obviously you contract with a third party, you're kind of at the mercy of changes they make or increasing costs that they may have. We're all about trying to make it efficient, but also trying to figure out how we can, cut any waste.
Sure, sure.
So that's kind of my,
Well, we'll certainly be standing down several systems that exist that are very manual in terms of their operations. And so, I mean, we'll be assessing then what does that mean in terms of IT staff? What does that mean in terms of program staff? What does that actually look like in terms of, time saved, effort saved, those things? I mean, because it will be a far more modernized system. I think also, once our contractors are also on board in the same system, they're likely to experience some savings in their own IT, which will play out through what we pay them through our grants and contracts. I don't have numbers for you today, but we will certainly see some efficiencies from that. So.
I don't know if you have any, if Senator Billinger.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Secretary. Hey, I've got a couple of questions. One, on numbers, you just mentioned numbers. How many missing foster children do we have right now?
I think it might be 32, Senator. Yeah, that's it's been ranging in kind of the low 30s in recent times. I mean, if you recall, 4 or 5 years ago, we were looking at numbers around 69 or 70. So there's been a lot of work done through the special response teams that were created that are focused particularly on those youth. So yeah, it's in the low 30s, Senator.
So it's about half. So are you telling me you found half of them, or are you telling me half of them have aged out?
No, they have been located. This isn't about them aging out. So, and on any given day, we have far fewer youth missing than we did before we had the special response teams. We also had, I just want to give some credit to one of our case management providers, TFI. They did some special work. Actually, I think they contracted with, I think it was KU, I might be wrong about that, to just do a study and review of youth who had gone missing. Really, they did interviews with them as they located them, those things, and really began to try to understand what sort of led to runs. And they did some practice changes. And it was sort of interesting in their study. One of the things they found was that they really wanted contact with siblings. And so then that particular case management provider has done some very, very targeted work to make sure to retain that sibling contact. So again, a lot of targeted work to really address things up front, but also really address, though, what led an individual child to run. So.
How are we doing with foster homes? Are we got more, less? Where are we at?
Pretty static.
How many is it?
Oh, gosh, I should know this. I think it's about 2,900, but I'll get you the right number. So,
okay.
Yeah.
And the last thing is, I've been out of the country for about a month.
Okay.
And I understand you closed the office in Goodland. Can you tell me how many folks were using that office?
I can't tell you as I stand here today, Senator, but I can get you the information. We did close the office, but what we did instead was we are providing services at the library. The office was only open a day or two a week. Pretty small numbers of individuals, but we have all that data. We did all that data in the assessment. And what I'm also going to be doing, Senator, just to make sure, is I'm going to be tracking. We're going to track the usage at the library. We're going to make sure, what has that meant in terms of number of individuals accessing services.
The last time I checked, and it's been a couple of years ago, but that office had more clients per staff member than any in the state of Kansas, any. And if them numbers are still like that, I question your closing this office. Number one, these are poor people. They don't have money to run 40 more miles to Colby. They're coming from as far as north of St. Francis, could be all the way up to Hagler, Nebraska, and they go into Wallace County. We're telling these people now you're going to drive 70 or 80 or 90 miles one way just to get services. And if the numbers of people that need help are like they were before, I'm going to raise a lot of cane with you on why you close this office, because the numbers I've seen do not justify this. And if you're having trouble hiring personnel, I think that's a problem you guys have. You need to do a better job in hiring people.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. We'll get you those numbers, can sit down with you and talk about that, because the numbers have been low. But also, I do want to say, our intention is not for individuals to travel to the Colby office. Our intention is for individuals to still receive those services in Goodland, but at the partner location. And we will have staff as frequently at the library as we did at the office. So that's our intention. Again, I think it's important that we assess the impact as we move forward, and we will certainly be doing that and continue
Are
conversations.
there any other offices closed?
Not at this point, no.
That's the only one. Why was that targeted?
Just really the numbers of the low number of clients, Senator, and just the efficiency of maintaining the office and maintaining the lease.
So you're saying the numbers are lower, but you don't know what the numbers are. You just know they're lower.
I just don't have it in front of me today, Senator. I'm not trying to not
fine.
answer your question, Senator.
Fine. Thank you.
Did you have something else you were?
I'm trying to think how, with regard to eligibility for Medicaid and things of that nature, I had a constituent that just kind of hit the bubble, and where she was being removed from Medicaid, which is fine. But, she was very upset. She came to me. I contacted Allie Denning, and Allie did a great job. And it ends up she was eligible for something on the marketplace, subsidized plan on the marketplace.
Sure.
Do you have anything in that with the constituent services that makes it a little bit easier? Because it took, a few weeks, and, she was obviously worried about health coverage and things of that nature. Are there any efficiencies there with regard to Medicaid eligibility, advance notice so people have time to pivot to something else, or just
Sure.
curious about that?
Yeah, I wouldn't speak to the Medicaid side since KDHE administers that program, so I don't want to speak on their behalf. But we certainly have timeframes that when we do re-eligibility reviews, there are timeframes within which people are notified as to whether or not they're going to continue to qualify for benefits. Also, I mentioned, I think earlier, resource specialist, where we established a position in our local offices. It's called a resource specialist position. The kind of situation you're talking about is like the perfect thing for for those individuals to work with folks who say maybe they're losing their food assistance, they're losing their cash assistance, either due to income or time limits. That's a person that is well familiar with other state and local resources and can work individually with folks on how to get their needs met. So yeah, that was a gap we really felt like having a specialized position like that could really meet, and those positions are typically located even in the lobbies of those offices, very visible for customers, also can be called on the phone, so.
Thank you. I didn't really have any other questions so much, except for, I guess one, where you talk about the court trustee program versus the 4D. Why is it that people don't know it? You said people don't know about it. Why do they not know about it if it's available?
It's maybe not so much that people don't know about it, but in states where there isn't a court trustee program, there's really just kind of a singular pathway on child support. I'm not critical of the court trustee programs at all. I think it's good that people have choices, mind you. But in counties where there isn't a trustee program, what may happen is that individuals sometimes don't know what to do in order to meet their needs. So one of the things we've been talking about was, two things. One would be a statutory piece that would let us better serve those counties, because it would automatically have child support orders go through our program. But the other piece is just some things we can do ourselves, which really have to do with just getting out there and with our contractors and just doing some more public relations, media awareness, just making folks understand how child support works in those counties. So there's some things we can do ourselves. There's some things that statutorily might make it even more efficient, Senator.
I was just kind of curious because you said, you know, like you said, there's a cost to the family for the trustee program, the other's not.
Correct.
And so it would be, it would sure, you know, for a lot of these areas that are especially more depressed would help a lot. I just had, the only comment I have is, and really doesn't have so much to do with this, but sort of in relation to what Senator Billinger was talking about as far as, I've got some friends who have a grandson that ended up one of the runaways. And the failure there was everywhere. The court system, he would get caught stealing a car, he would disappear, he'd get caught stealing a car or shoplifting. Judge would turn him loose, send him back home like that, then he'd run away again. And he's in Sedgwick County Jail right now and was offered a plea deal for 12 years. So that's what it escalated to. So it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
So, does anybody have anything else? Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yep. Next, we have a presentation on the unemployment system. Secretary Schultz.
Is this on? Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for having us today. I am Secretary Amber Schultz with the Kansas Department of Labor. And so we've been asked to provide two presentations for you today. The first is our unemployment system. And I think we're going to get that pulled up for you in a PowerPoint. There we go. While we're getting that pulled up, just a reminder what our agency does. So our mission is to offer accurate, timely, and fair information and services to workers and employers across the state of Kansas. Our portfolio of services includes unemployment insurance, workers' compensation, industrial safety and health, labor market information, and labor relations. There we go. So our new system, which we've coined UTE, the Unemployment Insurance Technology Enhancement, launched last November of 2024. It was a just over a 2-year engagement that we started in June of 2022. And some of the problems, which you may recall from the pandemic and years before, was that from a business component, it really was inferior customer service. Less than 30% of claimants were able to get on our system and self-service, which meant they had to call the call center. We were very vulnerable to fraud. Unemployment insurance fraud really didn't exist until the pandemic, and so the system, one, being so old, and two, overwhelmed, we just didn't have the technology that we could duct tape onto that old system. A lot of the processes that we had to perform were redundant and manual. And again, it was just legacy architecture, legacy systems, very vulnerable to all kinds of issues with that. So the solution that we have acquired is very service-centric. So for the most part, people can go and look at their information on the client, on the client-facing interface. There's a major reduction of fraud mitigation, or a major increase of fraud mitigation, because we have multi-factor identification. If a person doesn't pass those, they're asked to go to an in-person identity verification at the post office. We've been able to automate a lot of our processes, and then also it's going to be a forever modern system. You heard Secretary Howard talk about being a forever modern system that is going to be agile and nimble and serve Kansans for decades to come. And so with that, we actually have a demo for you, so I'm going to pass it over to one of our unemployment insurance managers, Ashley Ham, and she can show you what the new system looks like. So if you could flip that over for us.
All right. Thank you, Secretary Schultz. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Let me share my screen. All right, is my screen visible now?
It is.
All right, this is a demo of our claimant-facing system. So if a claimant is going to file for unemployment on their own, this is just a process of what they would go through. Now, I have already done, for the sake of time, I've created an online account already for a test user. This is a test user, so there will be no PII or anything like that visible. And I will go through the process of filing and processing that claim. So the first step is going to be to log in with the username that user would have created. And then the first step of the multi-factor authentication is putting in my password. Upon password, it will then ask for my second piece of the multi-factor, which is getting an MFA code to my phone. So let me grab that code. And then once they log in, they will land on their landing screen. It's their unemployment snapshot. This is where they can go right here. We can see their current claim status. There is no record of an active claim, so they can simply click here to be able to file an application. It is a very streamlined process with just a few minimal pages to help get through this. First, it's going to help you figure out what do you need to be able to file. It's going to ask some questions here and tell you what documents to gather to make sure you're prepared. Depending on how you answer these questions, it could add additional information that you would want to prepare for before you start your application. So we're going to go ahead and answer these initial questions here, find out what documents we have, and we have everything ready. We can get started with the application. I have pre-filled out a lot of the information in here just for the sake of you guys not having to watch me type that in, but a claimant would have to type in a lot of the information. Some of it is static though, because upon account creation, they would have already given their social security number. They cannot then go in and change that, just like they cannot change their name or their date of birth once that account has been created. It's going to gather some information telling us about themselves. So do you have a different name on your social security card? Have you worked under any other last name since January 1st of 2024? This date will change every quarter at quarter change because of course we go back for the 18-month history of their work to find out their eligibility for unemployment. So this will change each quarter. So in July, this will change to have the April 1st date. We're going to gather some statistical information that they would select with drop-down menus. There is helper text for certain areas, so they can click on that just to get a little bit of additional information on exactly how to answer those questions. Once they get through answering all of these statistical questions, again, it goes through school, all of this for our stats. There's multiple options for any sort of grade you've completed, lots of different options for all of those. You're going to enter your home address. Again, it's going to pre-populate with what you did upon account creation, but if that has changed, they would be able to update their address at this point. And this is going to be their home address. If their mailing address is different, they would have the opportunity to enter that here if they had something like a P.O. box. We're then going to gather some driver's license information where they'll be able to, they can select the state that it was issued, the type and class, their license number, their issued and expiration date, and then the height that's listed on their driver's license. Now here it does ask them how they would like to get official notices. So at this point, a claimant can choose whether they would like their correspondence to come through USPS mail or email. If they select email, the actual correspondence is not submitted through email. They just receive an email letting them know to log into their portal, and then they would be able to go into their documents to be able to see what has been loaded into their system. So it's not actually emailing them the correspondence itself, but giving them a notification that they can log in to check. They can select their preferred language. And then once they've completed this screen, we go to our second screen. This is going to be their work history. Now it's going to ask again everywhere in the last 18 months, so this date will change every quarter. It will pre-populate any employers that show up in their base period. So that 18-month history that we're looking at, if any Kansas employers have reported wages for them, it's going to show them that employer and ask them to confirm if they worked for them, delete if they did not, or add additional employers that might show up. Maybe they worked for an employer and that. Again, if I click on this button, I've already pre-populated this information, but for their enter their dates of employment, their job title, their pay rate, and there's multiple options, the business phone number, and then what is their status with the company. This is where we could gather information about a potential separation that we might need to investigate further. Are you receiving or expecting to get pension or severance? Those questions, again, might go into an issue that we need to further investigate to determine eligibility. Once they have confirmed all of their employment for the last 18 months, they're going to ask some questions about their current situation. Do you know when you're returning to work for 40 hours? Have you filed in a different state in the last 12 months? Again, these are all eligibility questions that may need further investigation. And again, there's occasionally some helper text to help them understand potentially how to answer those questions. Once they have answered all of the questions, they then go to the final screen and they're ready to finish up. On the final screen, this is where they will have the opportunity, it's lagging for a moment, but this is where they'll have the opportunity to choose their payment status, whether they want to choose direct deposit or stick with the debit card. They would also have the opportunity to say if they would like federal or state withholding out of their benefits, and it would give them the amount that they would potentially be eligible for. It is lagging because it is our test environment, so hopefully it will pick up here in just a second. If not, I might have to go back in. Okay, let me see if I can. Give me one moment here. Oh, it looks like the thing that we were hoping wouldn't happen with these system issues, let me see if I log out and log back in here for John.
Hey, Ashley, it looks like we might be having some network issues over at the building. But I think that is that's a great demonstration, again, using our test system of what the new system looks like. So if we want to flip back to the presentation, I can show you what this transformation has meant, not only for claimants, but for employers in the state of Kansas.
So if our testing environment wants to be finicky right now, I will just explain that that final page, all it has is choosing debit card or direct deposit. If they select direct deposit, it does allow them to enter their account and routing number. Again, they choose yes or no to yes.
I think we must be on some kind of lag, Ashley. I had said it looks like you guys are having some network issues, and it sounds like you are since you're so far behind me. Yeah, we can just cut it short, Ashley, but I really appreciate you hopping on and showing the new system to everybody. All right. Okay, so I want to show you what this transformational system has done for claimants and employers within the state of Kansas. So you can see here that we have, again, have gone from a 1970 system to a forever modernized, customer-centric, and efficient solution. On the left-hand side here, you'll see the impact on our employer community. So as of first quarter, so that was the first quarter that we had gone live, 96% of our 87,000 employers in the state of Kansas had successfully filed their quarterly wage reports. We have actually transformed how we provide services to our employer community, and we've stood up a brand-new employer services group. And then we've seen very consistent growth within our shared work program. On the right-hand side, you can see what this has meant for our claimants. We are seeing 60% plus fewer calls into our contact center. We are seeing 94% of people who are claiming benefits are able to do 100% self-service. 60% of those claims are completely without any manual intervention. And then I've also seen 80% reduction in processing time of claims. And here we'll dig in a little bit more about what this means for the unemployment system for claimants. Okay, great, thank you. So we've enhanced accessibility. So with our interface, our agency is available 24/7, 7 days a week. We are available you don't have to worry about when the call center is open, correct? You can also stay updated at any moment if you're wanting to know what the status of your claim is. You can log on versus having to call into the call center. Our processes are streamlined, again, with a user-friendly platform designed to simplify the process with plain language so people can understand what the questions are that are being asked of them. We have electronic document submission, so you don't have to snail mail information into our office. We have modernized identity verification. Again, if you are unable to verify your identity electronically, we send you to the U.S. Post Office to do an in-person identity verification. Tax and benefit management, you can now decide right there in the application if you would like to have your state or federal taxes withheld, where was before you would have to call in to our agency to get that changed. And then this is probably the biggest change with the new modernized system, is that we provide the abilities that users can log their work search activities as they go in and file for those continued weekly certifications, versus us coming back in the back end saying, hey, did you search for work? Some of the benefits for the employers are that we have seen successful meeting of our metrics through our auditing programs. I'm not going to, oh, we skipped a slide, or I'm going back a slide. Do I need this clicker, or do you just want me to tell you next slide? All right, here we go. So again, we're committed to supporting our employers, our TPAs, our third-party administrators, and accountants as we transform this platform. So some of the highlights of this transition include retaining the same account numbers, streamlining the registration, providing additional accounts for other users within your company, and really very minimal changes to the reporting and filing process. So what they're seeing is a much more agile and streamlined system with better reporting technology for them. Next slide, please. And then we've seen the benefits of the new system, because within our auditing measures, we're meeting or exceeding these auditing profiles that we've seen. And actually, the U.S. Department of Labor continuously praises our BAMs, which is our Benefit Accuracy Measurement team, for their operational improvements, and they actually plan to show us being a best practice to other states. Next slide. So just a side-by-side comparison of what we saw then versus now. So again, just about 60% of claimants were able to file a claim without any assistance. Now it's over 90%. Work search activities were audited after the fact, which caused a lot of issues for our claimants, and now they're able to be logged as they go in and file those weekly certifications. If you were a military or a federal employee, we had no mechanism in which you could file online. You had to call the call center. And now it doesn't matter what type of employer you had, you can file online. Next slide. If you wanted to change any personal information, address, email address, a phone number, you would have to call in. Now we actually have a mechanism in which we still verify your identity, but you're able to change that on your own. And then, of course, lastly, the claimant had extremely limited information on the status of their claims. If they owed us information, if we were adjudicating it, and now they can go on 24/7, 7 days a week, and be able to see what exactly the status of their claim is. Next slide. Some efficiencies that we wanted to point out on the tax side. Not too long ago, we actually had about 45 tax auditors at one point, and we've steadily decreased that to currently having 24 auditors and field representatives. And this is significant. This is significant because the number of Kansas employers has increased, but we're decreasing the number of staff that are able to support them because we are streamlining our processes, our information, the data, the investigations of that particular area. Next slide. Not only is this benefiting the claimants and the employers of the state of Kansas, but it is benefiting the agency. And if you'll look at some of the numbers that you can see here, this is our turnover rate for our call center. So with the old system, it was incredibly cumbersome to be able to manage. You had to have 5 to 6 screens. You couldn't use a mouse for the most part. And it was a really stressful environment for those people that were our first call resolution intake providers. So you can see just a couple years ago, we were seeing upwards of 90% turnover. And that cost the agency a lot of money to go out and advertise for these positions, to train these people up. And so as we've seen today, our 2025 turnover rate is just 31%. So we're very proud of that fact. And we've also been able to provide the opportunity for some remote workers for the call center. So we actually have call center representatives in 83 cities, 41 counties, and this expands our labor pool, but it also provides for well-paying, stable jobs to folks in rural Kansas. And then lastly, all of these things kind of coming together, we can see the level of service that we are providing our constituents here in the state of Kansas. For months now, we have been answering 100% of our calls that come into the call center. And if you recall from the pandemic, that number was much, much lower. And even to beginning of, or I'm sorry, the end of 2024, as we rolled out the new system, we were still looking at 60–80% of our calls being answered. But so you're getting, a call to answer time of about a minute. 100% of our phone calls answered, and even better because the system is so much more user-friendly for both the claimant and the folks in the call center. You're looking at a 10-minute call resolution if there is an issue of that 6% of folks that can't do complete self-service. So with that, last slide. I'd be happy to answer any questions now, Mr. Chair, or if you'd like to wait for our next presentation.
We'll go ahead and take questions now for this, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary. I can testify. I used to be in your ear constantly, and I rarely even have to bug Julie anymore, which is a good thing. Remind me, is that an in-house server system, computer system, or is that a third party? I can't remember when we upgraded that.
So it is a third-party system. So what we did, it was a company called TCS, Tata Consultancy Services, and they've done about 9 other states in the nation. So what we did is took about 85% of Mississippi's system, figured out the gaps between our 2 systems, and that 15–18% just customized it for the state of Kansas.
Okay. I know it is a lot better, a lot better. I mean, occasionally we'll get one of these weird, somebody will get a hold of me because they, are on the bubble. Mostly, it's that type situation where they. In fact, there was one recently, I think Julie helped me with, was a guy who had been out of work. He got a job. It wasn't a good fit. After a day or two, he had to quit for kind of philosophical reasons. And in those weird kind of situations, not much you can do about that. But.
Right, and a lot of that falls just to the adjudication of an unemployment claim to begin with. You have to be unemployed for no fault of your own. You have to be able and available to work. You have to be monetarily entitled. So a lot of that is just, gets lost, I think, and it's very complex. And so I think it's lost in the communication of why you're unemployed.
That's it. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today, and I'm glad to see that the system is running better. I'm kind of like Senator Thompson. I've had very, very few calls. 2 questions. One, have we recovered any of the stolen money at all? Or do we have people working on that actively? And where are we at? Where are we at on the whole situation?
If I may, Mr. Chair. So if you'll recall, during the pandemic, there was previously very, very little unemployment fraud. What we would see is people earning wages and not reporting it when they filed their weekly certifications. During the pandemic, when the federal government provided the 5 extra programs, at an extra $1,200, $600 a week, the scammers thought, this is pretty good money. And so what we started seeing is people either stealing identities or they would hijack claims. And our system, being from the 70s, simply wasn't prepared for that. Unfortunately, not many other states were as well. And so there was also one program called PUA where we actually could not ask for any sort of income verification. So people could just say, sure, yeah, I make $2,000 a week. And so it was an extremely stressful and unfortunate part of our agency's history. And so what we do, we work very closely with our state law enforcement agencies and also our federal law enforcement. We work with Secret Service, IRS, the FBI. And we also have a team of folks that investigate these fraudulent actors. And what we've discovered, unfortunately, is most of them were international crime rings, sophisticated crime rings. But of those that we were able to refer for prosecution, which again, we can't prosecute, we just create the case and refer to prosecution, we've recovered about 2.4% of the funds that were identified as fraudulent, and that is above the national average, which they estimate, US DOL estimates that anywhere from $100 billion to $135 billion was stolen nationally, and nationally only about 1.25% has been recovered.
On that, some states had the same computer system we did. You know, we kept hearing, well, it's our computer system, it's all outdated, it's us. But I believe Colorado and several others had the same system, and they didn't lose near the money Kansas did. I mean, it was a drop in the bucket compared to that. So that's why this bothers me. My other question real quick, because I know we're running out of time. Do you guys, I know you don't, but a suggestion, you know, somebody's working for me and they quit their job and they call and they file for unemployment, and you guys say, well, you don't work for Rick Billinger anymore? Nope. And you just do it. Why don't you call Rick Billinger and say, listen, does Mike Thompson still work for you? And I'll say, well, he did, but you know, the store he was at, we closed, and I offered him a job 3 blocks down the street at the other store, and he declined. So if he declined employment at one of my other stores, he shouldn't be able to get unemployment, right?
Well, to your point, we actually do that. So part of the adjudication process is we provide equal time for both the claimant and the employer to respond.
Well, I've got employers calling me and telling me that that's not happening. And they're telling me that they closed the store, offered them a job at the other store, and they both declined to take the job, and they're both collecting unemployment today.
Well, I would have them double check and make sure that their contact information is accurate on the employer side of our new system, because that is absolutely, without a doubt, part of our process.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, but you might want to check it over a little, because in this case, the phone call I had, it's not working.
Yeah, if you would like to send us
I'm more than happy to share it with you.
we can track that down, but
Because I thought, you know, it would seem like, let's call the employer once in a while and say, hey, does he still work for you?
yep, we do that 100% of the time.
And back to the fraud. This same company called me when COVID hit, and he said, Rick, he said, I've got people drawing unemployment on some of my employees that have worked here over 30 years, and they continue to work here. They're not unemployed. And I called, before you got here, I called. I was just like, well, that's okay, we're paying them. And they knew, because I called and told them. I said, these people still work there. This is a fraudulent claim that you're paying out. And it wasn't to these people, it was to whoever. But thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
And thanks for getting things cleaned up. Appreciate it.
It wasn't just me, it was.
Well, I know it's a team.
It is,
Staff.
yeah.
Thank the staff too.
Thank you.
I mean, it doesn't happen overnight, but yeah, just double check stuff. And I'll give you names if you want them, because these are calls I had. So
Okay, yeah.
thank you.
Yes, thank you, Secretary. It was a real mess. My first year in the legislature was when all this was happening, and that's about all I did the first 2 years was deal with unemployment claims. So,
We're a different agency, that is.
yes, I know, I understand that. I appreciate that. Nothing else? I guess you can continue to your next.
All right, thank you. So much like the other agencies that have been up here during these committee meetings, we've been tasked with answering 3 questions. How and what is KDOL doing to currently cooperate with other state and local agencies? And we're going to go over that. Next slide, please. In some buckets. What ideas does KDOL have for further cooperation? And then again, what barriers exist? So first, I'd like to talk a little bit about what we're doing on the efficiency side with our system architecture and then I'll go into a little bit about the data sharing. So the first thing, because we have a modern system, we're able to provide enhanced security. We're much more nimble when we see bad actors attacking our system on a variety of different fronts to be able to prevent and detect any sort of attack that we would have on those. We are actually in the middle of developing the first agency actually within the state, what's called a data warehouse or a data lake. You might have heard these terms. It's basically just it's a dumping ground for the one source of truth for information for our agency. And what that does is it's going to reduce that burden on our folks to get these reports. People are going to be able to develop business intelligence tools to be able to answer questions, provide reports. We're migrating our systems to the cloud, and that is going to provide a tremendous amount of efficiency because we no longer will have to babysit our own systems. We're going to be paying Microsoft and Amazon to babysit our systems. And then we're going to actually, as I mentioned before, have some power business analytics and dashboards so that we don't have to go ask the same question over and over again to our staff. We can just look it up whenever we want to know the answer to that. We do other things besides unemployment insurance, and so we're continuing to modernize our other systems. For example, we are responsible for amusement ride permitting and inspections, and we're actually getting ready to go live with a new system in July of this year, just ahead of the World Cup in 2026, because we're going to have all these fan fests around the state of Kansas, and so we need to make sure that all of those amusement rides are inspected and permitted appropriately. And then we're also really working hard on document and knowledge management. Right now, as you can imagine, there's information everywhere, and so there's contradicting information, and so we're working on making one source of truth for our documents and then our knowledge, so our processes, policies, so that anybody within the agency can go and refer to those as needed. Next slide. In terms of data sharing, we have agreements with 11 different state agencies, 4 court trustee districts, 8 federal agencies, and also the National Association of State Workforce Agencies, NASWA, which is our professional group. So these data sharing agreements can be based on a variety of things, either regulatory compliance, or if we just see that there's a need to send information back and forth with another agency. And this really improves the efficiency of that service delivery, and it provides program integrity and oversight. I will say, though, there are some challenges. There are some as Secretary Howard mentioned before, different interpretations of law or even different inabilities within agencies to be able to share across the aisle. And then just some technical barriers, correct? There's some, as we were just there, some older systems that don't necessarily like talking to some of the modern systems. So it is a little cumbersome to get information back and forth. One thing I also wanted to highlight is that we work very closely with state and law enforcement officials. We, thanks to some legislation that you all passed in 2021, folks, if they for some reason cannot get to a post office to verify their identity, they can go to one of our participating law enforcement agencies and get their ID validated. And then our special investigations unit also works with district attorneys and law enforcement agencies to investigate and prepare fraud for prosecution. Next slide. I did want to take a moment to highlight our partnership with NASWA. They are, again, the National Association for Labor and Workforce Agencies, and they provide national expertise on all things labor. We're able to collaborate and share best practices with them, and they really do have influence on national policies and initiatives. So to some of the things I wanted to highlight that we do participate with them is that there is now called a U.S. Treasury Do Not Pay database. We participate in that. It is a no-cost program that aims to prevent and detect fraud, improper payments. And this is used not just for labor organizations, it's used for grants, for other benefited agencies. And so we do that. We also participate in what is called the Integrity Data Hub, and that is a cross-collaboration of all of the states. When we see bad actors hitting different states, there are alerts out there that will say, look for this. It's more of an automated than I'm describing it, but basically, we're flagging this for you. You need to investigate this, so you do not want to pay these people. And then we also participate in the Interstate Connection Network, or ICON, and that is primarily for cross-state claims. So in our case, we have a lot of cross-state claims with Missouri. And then we do participate in SIDES, which is actually our communication channel with employers. And so that actually, Senator Billinger, if your employee that you're talking about participates in SIDES, that's where they would get the notifications sent to them saying, hey, this person says they no longer work for you. Is that accurate? This is what they said that they made in wages. A bunch of different information is available on the SIDES exchange. And then we also participate in the ITSE, which is the Information Technology Support Center, and they really are at the forefront of what technology is coming down the pike for unemployment insurance and other benefited agencies. Next slide. And then I do want to highlight MRP, the My Reemployment Program. That is a collaboration between the Department of Labor and the Department of Commerce. And what it means is if any one claimant has claimed unemployment benefits for 3 weeks throughout their claim benefit year, it cross-checks, we send information over to them so that they can participate in reemployment services, because that's ultimately the end goals. We want to get these people a job and back engaged with the workforce. And so we cross-check daily with the Department of Commerce whether or not these people, these claimants, have signed up for MRP and are participating as they should. And if they are not participating, then they no longer receive benefits. Next slide. I want to highlight what we do for the economic development arm of the state of Kansas. So our LMI, Labor Market Information Group, actually conducts a variety of surveys with our employers. And so this slide kind of shows you just kind of the life cycle of how that information is used throughout the state of Kansas. So it provides career and planning guidance, economic analysis, wage benchmarking, program and policy evaluation, occupational studies, and business intelligence and location information. And so what this really highlights, next slide, is with the information that we provide not only impacts all of the school districts, higher education, Department of Regents, the Board of Education, Department of Commerce. I know we're also running close on time on these, but I just wanted to highlight, let's see, these important reports and informational transactions that we have within the Department of Labor. Next slide. One thing that we have recently lost is called Today's Occupations, Tomorrow's Opportunities, or TOTO. And it really is a career exploration tool for middle schoolers, high schoolers, folks that are looking at a career change. And they can go into our system, next slide, and participate in a variety of ways. So we have what we're calling like a lifestyle calculator. So you go in, you say, this is where I want to live. These are the, I want to have an apartment, but I want to have a nice car. I want to make sure I have internet. And it tells you what your salary range should be. And then it goes through this, what we are calling the wizard of jobs. And it determines what your interests are. And then it tells you, well, these are your interests, these are your salary requirements, these are the jobs that you should explore. Oh, and by the way, here are all the educational institutions within the state of Kansas that offer programs to support your educational desires. Next slide. We provide high demand, high occupation lists. Not only those that provide a college degree, but that is a less than a bachelor's degree is required. So that really helps support the workforce that we're trying to build here in the state of Kansas. Next slide. We provide a variety of publications. You can see, next slide. Sorry. A variety of publications, spotlighting different career fields, STEM, today's occupations. We have affirmative action report, a lot of information, again, that helps shape the economic development of the state. Next slide. I want to be able to get to some of the other things that we're doing for interagency cooperation. So we also provide staffing, training, and support to other agencies. As you can see here, one of the most innovative things that we have done in the last year or so is that we are now sharing a continuity of operations planner, or COOP, which is a disaster response planner with KDADs. So Secretary Howard and I realized that, we both have this need, but it's not enough for a full-time person for each agency, but it's not something that we think that we should do independently, because we also have so many overlapping programs between KDADs and the Department of Labor. So some of the benefits of this is one person represents two agencies. And so the time spent is much more efficient. We're not paying two people to attend meetings, and it's a shared cost. Sorry, I've got a tickle in my throat.
You take a minute if you need to get your throat cleared out.
Thank you. And then the agencies, we can learn from each other. We learn best practices and lessons learned, and we're able to actually expand on that in other places within our agency. Next slide is when an employer comes to the state of Kansas, it can be very overwhelming. There's a lot of laws and regulations, and that's just not even within the Department of Labor. So we provide each employer that registers within the state of Kansas with a new employer toolkit, and it helps walk them through federal law, state law, and how to make sure that they're in compliance with that law. It guides them through all of our processes, and we are looking for other opportunities to partner with other state agencies that also interact with the employer community, because again, we want these employers to be successful, and we don't want to be that barrier that impedes them from being successful. Next slide. We provide a variety of training and support for other agencies. Our OSHA, Industrial Safety and Health Group, provides certification classes. And in fact, just this first quarter, we have helped 271 industrial and safety professionals with over 200 hours of free safety training. We work with our labor organizations and other employer organizations to improve service delivery. We want to hear how things are working and receive that feedback and better fine-tune our system and the services that we provide. Next slide. And then professional development and knowledge sharing of our leadership team, 29 of us, participate in one of 46 different professional organizations. So this also helps with networking, collaboration. We're able to find common solutions to shared problems with our partners in different states. And then we're actually able to provide influence and represent things that are going well in the state of Kansas and offer those contributions to those other states. So that is it for the portion of how we're trying to make our agency become more efficient. Some other ideas that we have is our COOP planner has been so successful that we think that this is actually a framework that we might use for some other positions within our agency. One example would be a staff training specialist to teach employees on supervisory skills, technical skills, things that every state employee needs, but maybe not necessarily a need for an entire position. A compliance auditor, we want to make sure that what we are doing within our agency is obviously compliant with state, federal law and regulations. And so making sure we have a compliance auditor that we are in fact doing those things would be a great idea for a shared resource. Some other ideas that we have, Secretary Howard touched on this a little bit, but leveraging our data for holistic service delivery. She had mentioned we are working on a solution so that if someone comes to one of our agencies and they're applying for benefits, to perhaps say, hey, you might also be eligible for other benefits at this other agency, because it really shouldn't be the burden of the citizen to know which agency they have to go to. We need to be much more constituent focused on our services that we deliver. One of the big things that would help our agency tremendously is the update or replacement of Smart and Sharp, which is our HR and fiscal budgeting tools. That is an extremely cumbersome system for folks, especially our agency who's primarily federally funded. We receive very little SGF, and so that system is primarily SGF focused. We'd be able to do a lot more with our financing and our budgeting, be able to set alerts, when things are looking, to set those guardrails and parameters if something's, fat-fingered, or we're unexpectedly spending more than we thought that we would be. We don't have any mechanism to do consumable inventory for our, consumable inventory or even our facilities inventory. We're doing this all manually. And then on the HR side of things, we have 1.5 people dedicated to managing the duplicative data entry into various systems. And so it is just not, one, a user-friendly experience for the employee to find out where all of their information is, but when you are onboarding someone or offboarding someone, it is extremely cumbersome to make sure that you've got all those I's dotted and T's crossed in every system that we have to manage on the HR side. And then the last thing I'd like to offer, and we're doing a little bit of this at our agency, is utilizing our AI, but AI with guardrails. Certainly, I know that can be a scary word, but there are platforms available now, very, very, very tight guardrails that don't allow it to go outside their little teeny tiny box. One thing that we think that would be very useful would be for transcribing recorded hearings. Right now, we have to have a court reporter, and then somebody has to go and translate, the information that the court reporter transcribed or recorded. Searching for documents in identified boxes. I know that there's something out there that says this, but I did it 3 years ago and I can't remember the name of it. Coordinating with other bots to perform very routine tasks and functions. It can help update software code, intelligent document processing, and then we can use it to assist our employers and our claimants with automated weekly claim certification or uploading quarterly wage reports. There's a lot of opportunity for AI within our agency. Next, I think we're 2 slides. Sorry, I forgot to tell you next slide. There we go. And then lastly, we really are a very fortunate agency now. There's not a whole lot of barriers that we experience. One of the things that does drive me a little crazy, to be honest, is the antiquated and just inefficient technology that USDOL requires. We have to send daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly reports to USDOL, and they're all in Excel. And so there are just, again, we have accidentally fat-fingered things that have caused huge head explosions, right? And then to go back and have to figure out who did that and what month and who sent it, it's just absurd. So USDOL, antiquated technologies. We are facing reductions in federal funding. And then also, Senator Bellinger, you had asked about fraud prosecution. We're actually facing a statute of limitations on fraud prosecution, which is 5 years. And so there's actually been a bill at the federal level that passed the House to extend that statute of limitations, but it has not been taken up as in the Senate as of right now. And so we all remember the pandemic started 5 years ago. And so those folks that committed fraud between March of 2020 and June of 2020, unless it's explicitly retroactive, we will never be able to even attempt to get those funds back. And with that, Mr. Chair, I have completed our presentation. I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Secretary. Questions, comments? Lot there, like we've been talking about, lot to get your arms around. But appreciate the efforts that you're making. Understand when you're dealing with in the federal and you're dealing with legislature, you've got to thread the needle, so to speak. It makes it difficult. And I know with the federal government running a $2 trillion deficit every year, they're going to have to, we know there's going to have to be cuts. So we're just going to have to kind of figure out how we're going to have to maneuver that. But if there's nothing else, I thank you so much for being here. Appreciate your time and your presentation very much.
Thank you, I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
Well, folks, anything for the good of the community or the state or the committee? If not, then we're adjourned.